Oh. Muted even. Oh, god damn it. Disaster. No, I restarted OBS. I restarted OBS, and for some reason my mic was muted per default. I thought this was fixed. I thought this was not an issue anymore. Why did this happen? I need to find out why this happens. Yeah, it's so annoying. Thank you for the 7 months, though. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Must be on purpose. Hey, I mean, the round was kind of bad. The round was kind of bad, so we can blame it on that. We can blame it on that. We can just reload, restart, and just do a world record now. And this is now the first try of the stream. So easy clap. Let's get going. Okay, this is... Okay, we had this yesterday. That's a flower cardian. And I will remember. Moonflower viewing? Yes, that was the name. Yeah, easy clap. This, on the other hand, is a Trickstar, but a bad Trickstar, so I have no idea. Nightshade. Okay. This I have seen at some point. It's some belt, but I don't think I can get it. Belt. No. Ribbon of Rebirth. Okay. We just act like nothing happened. Is that End of Anubis? No. Oh, I've seen this before. Oh, I've seen this. Staunch Defender. That's Warrock Mountain. Warrock Mountain. Yeah. That is Time Seal. Yes. Please be Bitron. Yeah, okay. Finally it's Bitron, dude. It's never Bitron usually. Coffin Seller. Yep. I do not know. Conversion. Looking like Fire Fist. Is that Peacock? It is Peacock. Okay, nice. That is... Oh, what is this called? Debunk? That was Debunk. Yeah. He looks so goofy. This is, I think, Swordsman level 7. No, it's not. It's Swordsman. It's not that. Level 6. Swordsman level 6. Okay. And here we have an angry mosquito, but I don't know what that is. Smoke mosquito. That is flute. Dragon. Yeah. $3 pork chops. Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Oh god, that's emptiness. Oh god, get that out of my eyesight, please. Oh. I think that's Smile World. No? Smile Universe? Oh. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Her Chamber, thank you for the 2 months. This one I do not know. Super all in. All right. Oh, it's the same we had yesterday, is it not? Kuribe. No. Oh god. B? No. Okay, I give up. I give up. There's too many. Kuriba, of course. Of course it was Kuriba, chat. We had to know that. Okay, it's a Dino Wrestler, but it's not Pankratops, so we are skipping. Cyber Dark. Which one is the green one? Cyber Dark. Keel. Keel. That might be Roxrose. It is Roxrose. Nice. I think that's a DDD, but yeah. I'm getting Gishki vibes. Oh yeah, it is a Gishki. Levi Anima. That is Hedgeguard. I almost lost to this card in the Edison side events at the last YCS. I almost lost to Hedgeguard in Gladiator Beasts. Wait, that's a Quanto? Okay. Oh. It's a flip-flop statue something. Soldier. Lost Guardian. Lost Guardian. Yes. The Lost Millennium, by the way. I know that for no reason. This is old. Veda. Why is it called that? What the hell? This I have seen, but I don't know the name. Over Limit. Okay. I don't know these cards. The hell are you? Oh, Utopic Zexal. Isn't that banned? This is the Obelisk card. The new Obelisk support. Soul Energy Max. Oh, that's the new Archfiend Synchro. Oh god, what is it called? Archfiend's Call? Really? Oh. That's not the Synchro then. Or is it? No way the Synchro is called Archfiend's called. Oh, that's a Samurai Trap. Oh, that's a Samurai Trap. But I don't think it might not be called Six Samurai, yeah. Or what the hell are some of these cards? The hell are you? Appliance or cap? Stop giving me appliances, dude. I don't know them. Okay, this is the turtle shell. Is that the turtle that feeds on flames? Or is it just the shell? No, it's just the turtle shell. Shell armor? No. Motor shell? No. What is that? Steel shell, unfortunate. That's warning. I feel like maybe I've seen this before. No, I haven't. Actually, never mind. Never mind. Oh, that's Eatos. Eatos. Old as vanilla. Old as vanilla. Queen of Autumn Leaves. That you can say whatever you want. I'm coping. I'm making excuses, but this is a tough round so far. What is he called? I've seen him before. Dice Smasher, yeah. Dice. Yeah, that's the one. It's... Oh, it's Inishi. I didn't need to zoom. God damn it. That is Abductor. I think. Yep. Nice. That is... Is that Sword Soul? No, it's a Sword Soul card, but like... Well, it's not Sword Soul, but it's Vessel, yeah. Worm. Same thing. Oh. That's Red Eyes B Chick, I think. Black Dragon's Chick, that thing. Yeah. That's Grisel's Prison, I think. Yep. All right, we're catching up. We're catching up. That's ninja stuff. Silver Ninja, maybe. Yep. That's once again the appliancer conversion. Yeah. Okay. We learned. We learned. Easy clap. The learning curve's insane. That's machine dupe. That's Spiral. I'm pretty sure. Is it? It is Spiral. Fully armed. That is Subterror. So tell me which one. Subterror. I think it's a behemoth. Which one is that? Oh, there's so many. It's not a Subterror card? Oh, nah, unfortunate. Parthian Shot. I've never heard that. Okay. Is that grass? I don't think it's grass. It's waking. Yep. Montage Dragon. Yeah. Mandragora. Evil Swarm. Yep. That's like cube. Necrofleur? No. Yeah, it's Dark Verger. Yeah, that's the thing. That is it. Okay. Oh, I hate when it happens. Oh, it's not fun. Oh, why is there so many gustos? Ral6 Yugioh, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, we're kind of fumbling the back in the last couple minutes here. Otherwise, this could have been a decent round, but I guess it is what it is. United we stand. And I want to say that's a weather painter. Thunder painter. Thunder. Yeah, okay, nice. Okay. And here we have a card that I've seen, but I cannot name. I already know I've seen this, but I don't know the name. Yeah, it's a Heraldic Beast. But I've seen this one. Wait. Mini Alistair? Who? The hell? That's a Dynamist. But I don't know which Dynamist. Ankylos? Yeah. Oh. Mahjong Munya Maidens. Some of these cards I've never seen, dude. Some of these I've never seen. This looks very... This is Libromancer. Libromancer prevented or realized? Is that first appearance? Really? Oh, it is. Lindblom. Oh, we've had that before. Fire Fist? Fire Formation? Yeah, Buffalo. That's Insector Hornet. Yep. Quickly skip this one because I have no idea. Okay. Can we get the last one? Medolce vibes? Oh yeah, that's Medolce. Oh god, Medolce. I don't know the name. I've seen it before. What was that? It was like it was Marmalade. Okay. Oh. I felt like 750. This round felt worse than that. It wasn't even that bad. I feel like we had a very good mid game. Our mid game was pretty strong at some point. Like here, we got like all of these pretty quickly. Like these 8 in a row, we got relatively easily. And then like the beginning was rough and the end was rough, but it was okay. Can't wait for the Yugioh Guesser World Championship. It's very fun. I wonder what the best someone could actually get. Like if you're doing this completely on your own, what's the best anyone has ever gotten in 15 minutes? I mean, if anyone has done it and you've gotten like crazy scores, I mean, let me know. I'd be genuinely interested how high you can get. Just like how insane you can be in 15 minutes. I'm getting 500 on average. I've gotten 1K alone. 1K alone is impressive. 1K alone is impressive. I got 1,500 a few times. Oh my god. Has anyone got 2K before? Didn't Yugioh say he got 2K before? Really? Have you? Because I'm already impressed by someone saying they got 1,500 a few times. Because that's crazy. We've never gotten 1,500. To be fair, sometimes I lose points because I don't know the card, but I'm looking at chat to see if they get it. You know? I got 2K on 30 minutes. Well, I mean, that's the same as getting 1K in 15. Is there an online leaderboard? I feel like they should. It would be sick if they had a leaderboard for this one, but there's not. There's not. Anyways. Surely sometime, at some point, I think the best we have is 1,200. The best we got together, chat, is 1,200. Anyways, let us guess the daily card. I don't know if it's gettable today because no one has told me yet, but let me just try and see if we can. Star Alone, Fire Blossom. Oh! Fire Effect Monster, 1,400 defense. Thank you, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. So it's a regular effect monster from newer than 2009. Volcanic Rocket is older than this. But it is 1,400 defense. But it is not a Volcanic Rocket. But we could look into volcanics in general. Because I'm pretty sure there's newer volcanics too. Maybe not. Metal foes are all pendulums. Infernoble. Is there an Infernoble with 1,400 defense? Let's narrow down the year a bit better. Let's narrow down the year a bit better. Let's try a Fire Fist card from like 2014. Not Fire First. Fire Fist from 2013 or 14. That was even 1,400 defense. And it is 2013. Level 4. It's not a Beast Warrior, though, so it's not a Fire Fist. Holy shit, what is that? We're so close already. We're so close already. Level 4 Fire from 2013 with 1,400 defense. Evolzors, maybe? Those are a little bit older than that. I don't see any Evil Zors from 2013. Batlin Boxers? Batlin Boxers? There are some... Oh, 2013. Oh! I thought we had it. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's a Batlin Boxer. Batlin Boxer... What are we looking at? I think that was the one. Joel, hi. Thank you for 6 months. Appreciate that. I think it's, I think it was Rib Gardener. Oh, no, I'm stupid. Why did I click that? Batlin. I didn't look at the level. Batlin Boxer. Sparer. Okay. That was quick. I feel like that should have been harder. I feel like this card, if you showed me this card beforehand, I would have told you I'm not getting that one. But we got very lucky because we start with Lone Fire Blossom. Who was it that always made me start with Lone Fire Blossom? Was that X Crazy? It was some of the OGs who always told me to start with Lone Fire Blossom, so we always start with Lone Fire Blossom. So usually we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. Was that not you, X Crazy? Who was that? Oh, Wind Up World was their name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all right. It's true. They're not there anymore, Saj. Okay, well. Has anyone done a study on what's the actual highest EV first pick? I mean, I'm pretty sure the best thing to start with is a dark monster. Because I think that's the most monsters there is dark monsters. And I would guess you just start with something from like the middle of the pack. So it narrows down the year the best. So like you go like 2014, I would say like 2014 or 13 Dark Warrior. Maybe. I think that's probably the best. There are more Earths than Darks. Really? I don't believe you. I think you're capping. Hold up. I think you're capping. I think there's no way there's more Darks than... There's not more Earths than Darks. I don't believe you. Hold up. Monster. Attribute. Earth. 95 pages. 95 pages for Earth monsters. 115 pages for Dark. There's a lot more Darks than Earths. You were chatting. Why did you say that? Light has 83. Fire has 34 pages only, dude. Water has 43 pages. Wind has 39 pages. So Earth and Divine has 1 page. But so Earth is second place, actually. That's interesting. I didn't know Earth had more than Light, but Dark is definitely the most. I didn't know Fire, 34 pages for Fire only. That's crazy. Someone at Konami card design team really hates Fire monsters. There's more. Fire is the least. There's more Wind than Fire. 39 pages for Wind. Okay, well. Fire Duelist pack soon? Yeah, that's gonna fix it. That's gonna make up for the 80-page difference. No, well, how many is it? 76 pages difference between Wind and Dark. They're gonna release 76 pages. They're gonna release 76 pages of Fire Monsters in one Duelist pack, and then it's fixed. Let's sort by levels and types. Okay. I mean, surely level 4 is the most. Level 4, 122 pages. Yeah. 8 maybe. Yeah, it's level 4. Level 4 is the most common, easily. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe level 1? No. Yeah. Yeah, level 4 is the most common. Level 4 is the most common. Level 4 is the most common, so technically you should start with a level 4 Dark. And then for type, I think it's gotta be Warrior. 53 pages of Warriors. Maybe Dragon? 35 pages for Dragon only. What about Cybers? 13 pages only. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe Fiend? Ooh, Fiend. Wait, Warrior? Warrior was how many? No, that's more. Okay, it's Warrior. It's Warrior. Maybe it's Spellcaster. What is an Omega Psychic? Why is there the option to fit? Why is there's no Omega Psych? What? Okay. Spellcaster has 36 only. It's Warrior. It's Warrior. It's Warrior. Okay, so you should start with a level 4 Dark Warrior. So level 4 Dark Warrior, you have like 4 pages that you can choose from. You should pick one from, I think, the middle of the years. Which of these is like 2013-ish? 2013 or 14, I think you should pick. You could start with like one of the Exceeds. You could start with like Underworld Fighter Balmung. When is that from? You could take Hanzo. That's like, what, 2012? Maybe 2011? I mean, release date. Sort by release date. These are too old. Starting with Rongo might unironically be a good pick. Because that's like 2015. It covers... You also know if it's an extra deck monster immediately. I feel like Rongo is a good start. Yeah. We should consider attack and defense. I mean, Rongo has 15-15, so it's like right in the middle as well. So that seems good. Let's try it. Okay. We start with Rongo and we see how long it takes on a random one. Okay, we've missed with everything except for effect. But that's fine. That's results-oriented thinking. That doesn't count. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. That does not mean anything. Actually, it's good because... Imagine it's Lone Fire Blossom. How insane would that be? Okay. It's not Lone Fire Blossom. Just keep repeating Rongo first pick and see how it goes. Yeah, just reload until it's actually just Rongo. Until like first card immediately correct. And then you isolate that clip, you put it on the internet, and you become internet famous. Easy clap. But actually, even if everything is wrong, if you think about it, you still eliminate a lot of options, right? Because no Dark eliminates like so many pages. No level 4 eliminates so many monsters. No Warrior eliminates so many monsters. Not an extra deck monster eliminates so many monsters. Narrowing down the attack like this is also pretty good. So, you know. Okay, it is a level 1 monster from 2011, 12, 13, 14. Level 1 monster. It's not a tuner. That's why it's not Jet Synchron. Wait, no, it's 2009 actually. I read the wrong arrow. It's 2009. Okay, wait. 2009 level 1 monster. I can do this. Tuning where? Ooh, that's not a light though. What about Dark Sea Rescue? It's not a dark. What is it? Wind, water, or earth? Okay, we learned that earth is the most common out of these. So we go with Moja. It is an earth. It has some attack and defense, but lower than 500 attack. It is a level 1 earth from 2009. Is there a Morphtronic? There's some earth Morphtronics. Cell phone 2008 though. It cannot be Magnanbar. A psychic, maybe? Mind Master, I'm pretty sure is a light, no? Yeah, Mind Master is a light. Also, it's from 2008. Level Eater is a dark. Yeah, Level Eaters are dark. What are you chatting about? Ragigura? Ooh. Ah, that was a good guess. 200 attack. 200 attack. I thought you had it. I thought Ragigura was it. I thought Ragigura was it. Tadpole. Now, in which universe do you think Tadpole is an Earth monster? Copy Plant's a tuner. Also, Copy Plant, I'm pretty sure is wind. Yeah. Yeah, what type is it? It's not warrior, not spellcaster, not machine. Is there an Earth dragon? Naturia mosquito. Naturia mosquito. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there's no Naturia card from 2009. I think Naturia's released in 2010. Swift Scarecrow. Swift Scarecrow is 0/0. What the hell is this card? Shiny Black Sea. Ooh. Ooh. Well done. Well done. That was a good guess. All right. I know this card. I know this card. The OG. The OG. Is that that's the very first C, right? I can't think of one that's older. I think that's the oldest C, the first one, the original, the OG cockroach. Actually, for all you non-boomers out here, for all the zoomers in chat, this card used to be a playable card. During either player's turn, when exactly one synchro monster is special summoned to your opponent's side of the field, you can banish this card from your grave, target that face-up synchro monster, destroy it. You could play that card in Lightsworns, and you could mill it against synchro decks, and it would destroy a synchro. It was good in Lightsworn. Like they cited it a lot in synchro formats. It was a good mill. You could discard it for Lumina. It was solid. It was a solid card. All right. All right. Lotux, thank you for the prime. Thank you for helping us climb back towards 900. Let's see if we can become a 900 Andy again today. One more random test. Go again. Rongo. See? See? It's giving us hella info. Rongo is broken. Rongo is the best. Rongo is the best. Level 4, 1500 attack. Relatively new. What do we have? Ecclesia? But that's it's not 1500 defense though. It's not 1500 defense. So what could that be? It's 1500 attack, lower than 1500 defense. Analyzer? Analyzer is a tuner though. It cannot be a tuner. Okay, that gave us the info. It's not an earth, it's not a rock, and it has more than 700 defense. It can't be Rhino Heart because it has less than 1500 defense. They all have 2100 defense. All the Rhino Heart, Rice Heart, all that, all of that is 2100 defense. Okay, we have Dark, we have Earth, so next we should try a Light monster. Now we should try a Light monster by that logic, because that is the third most common attribute. Damage Juggler. Ooh. Ooh, we're getting closer. Okay. Level 4 light, not spellcaster, 1500 attack, 1000 defense. Diana? Isn't that 1600? No, 1700 even. That's not that. Mathmech? It's before 2020. Deneb? Ooh, Deneb. No, Deneb is too old. Is there another Satellar? From later? No. Silver Gadget. Silver Gadget. Ooh, we got there. 4 guesses only. That's pretty good. 4 guesses only is pretty good for, you know, is all I'm saying. Is all I'm saying. Okay, enough. Another. No. No. We have broken the game. Game breaker at it again. We have broken the game. All right. Okay, I have one more announcement to make. I have one more quick announcement to make before we go into the testing. And that is that there is a lot of content that we have on Twitch that does not make its way onto YouTube at this current point in time. And that's really annoying. Because, you know, I don't want it to be lost forever. So, this was actually my editor's idea. So what we've done is we've created another channel on YouTube. We've created another channel on YouTube where it's not going to be like the main channel where I try to only upload like planned out videos with like, you know, good editing and everything. We've basically made like an uncut channel where it's going to be some short clips, but it could also be some longer videos of me like reacting to some stuff. Just like in case you ever miss a stream and I talk about something interesting and I don't want it to be lost, there is going to be a channel for that now, which is going to be called, you know, Joshua Schmidt Plus. I called it Joshua Schmidt Plus because it's not only going to be clips, it's not only going to be like whatever, it's just more content. You know, that's why we called it Joshua Schmidt Plus. The link to it is already in my link tree. I have a link tree in case anyone didn't wonder. You can go !link tree, and it has all the YouTube channels and everything. So I think now we have a good structure, right? We upload the edited content, the planned content on the main channel. We upload the full VODs on the VOD channel, and we get some bonus material on the Plus channel. So yeah, you can already subscribe to the channel. It already has one video where I react to all the president videos. It's I looked at it this morning and I actually watched the whole thing again. I watched the whole thing again because these were so funny. So like, yeah, you can already we're gonna start uploading to the channel basically starting from today. Whenever there is something on stream that was interesting or funny or whatever. Or any funny clips, but they're not like, we don't have the time, or they're not worth it to be edited into a full YouTube channel for the main channel. That stuff is going to end on that channel. It's going to end up being here. And I think that's a good idea. So y'all can already subscribe to it. I'm going to drop you the link in chat right now. And there you go. And that's that. Okay, I just wanted to quickly get that out of the way. Okay. And with that, let's start with the content for today. Also, I don't have anything planned yet for the lunch break. So if there's anything interesting that you would like me to react to, you can post suggestions in the Discord in the React Andy Suggestions channel as always. But we're gonna have lunch break at some point, and I don't know exactly what I'm gonna watch yet, so. No new magical hats? I don't know. Is there? Is there a new magical hats? If so, magical hats. There is not. Yeah, there's not. Okay. Anyways, yeah, you don't have to put your suggestions in chat right now. Just throw them during the stream. Just throw them in the Discord. In the right channel, and then we can I will check it when we get to the lunch break. Anyways, let's get into the content for today. The content, of course, is going to be YCS London / regionals preparations. Since we looked at the format yesterday already, and I've already voiced my thoughts on the current format yesterday a lot, I want to get into some testing for today. Now, yeah, if you missed my thoughts on the current format from yesterday's video, you can check out the VOD as always. But I also did record a video this morning I did record a video this morning for the main channel about like my preparation for the upcoming regionals and the upcoming YCS, and to give you guys a little bit more input on that. The yeah. So that will be up on my main channel in like 1 or 2 days. Anyways, enough of the shilling. What is going on? So much shilling today. Okay. We're going to test today, and the first thing I want to test for the regionals is some Spright Melffy. Some Spright Melffy of is the first thing I want to try. Hold up. And we're going to build that right now. Or like we're going to throw it together. And then Spright Melffy. Okay. So we're definitely going to play a max sprite count. We're going to start with 1 and 1 of these, but I think there is reason to go higher, but we'll see. You need at least 2 and 2, 3 starters, smashers. These 2, I'm going to try and see if we need them. I would, like, my take on these 2 is always, I would like to not play them, but it might be necessary. It might be necessary. Let me switch sides. Oh. I think Gamma Burst is really nice. I'm going to start with them in the deck just to see how they feel, I think. And then for the Melffys, we're going to start with the minimal package, which is Caddy, Penny, Melffy of the Forest, and Merry Melffys. That's like the minimal package, right? The minimalistic approach. Some people told me that you could play Wally. What's Wally's effect? If your opponent normals or special summons, or if an opponent's monster declares an attack, return this card to the hand, then you can special summon 2 Melffys from your deck with different names. That's a lot of... Nah, that's a lot of Melffy. You need... That's not great. You could play Playhouse. You could play Playhouse, but we're going to try the minimal package first and see if we miss anything. Right? And then we're also going to try the Soul Scissors. We're going to give the Soul Scissors a chance. We're going to give the Soul Scissors a chance to shine. All right. And then we're going to have Nimbles. We're going to have Nimbles. We're going to have Prosp. We're going to have Ash Blossom as our... And this is basically this is what we have to play, essentially, right? This is what we have to play. And now is where we can adjust the non-engine, right? We have 15 slots for non-engine. That's a lot. So we can go Ash. I want to try Fenrir, because I'm wondering why people are not playing Fenrir in this. I feel like Fenrir is a great card. I want to play Imperm. And I want to play Book of Moon. This is like what I consider to be very solid non-engine. This is what I consider very solid non-engine right now. I think the cards we could also consider are Gamma Teleport, Gamma Driver. I mean, hold up. I'm going to collect these in the side deck first before I throw anything. Gamma Driver. That could be paired with Teleport. I could see myself playing... I could see myself playing Talents, Enemy Controller. Yeah, and that's about it. I think those are like the solid options right now. What button do you click on DB to put them straight into the side deck? You just hold control and then they go there. Book of Eclipse as a bonus book, Change of Heart. I want to keep it. Also, the reason why I'm not playing Kaijus is I'm trying to keep it for cards that are good going first and second. This is also why I'm hesitant on putting in Gamma. I'm hesitant on putting in Gamma because that card feels great going second, but going first, like, sometimes they ash your prosperity, but that's about it. I feel like Talents is a more balanced Gamma. Talents feels like it's a more balanced Gamma because it's really strong going second, right? Like almost every matchup, Talents is good going second. Going first, though, it's kind of risky, but less risky than Gamma because you don't have to play Driver for it. And you can also use it if they hand trap you later in the turn, right? Like Gamma, you can only use if they specifically Ash, Prosperity, or Starter. But you can also Talents if they Ash or Veiler you later. So Talents feels like a more balanced Gamma. Talents is losing heart versus lands. I mean, you can just draw cards instead, I feel like. If you're worried about lands. I like the interaction between Prosperity and Gamma in the Arise Heart situation, right? Like if you go Prosperity and you take Gamma, they have to trigger Arise Heart. That's a pretty cool play. Another card we could try is Drolan Lockbird. Like, I'm not convinced that Drolan Lockbird is good, but that's maybe why we should try it. Maybe that's why we should start by trying out Drolan Lockbird. Because I'm not convinced that it's good. Taro, thank you for the 6 months. Kashtira can attach Goliath. They can, but that's only a small, like they need to open Prosperity for that. Also, the Gamma will still be summoned, right? You will still summon the Gamma. So it's still a good card. It's still good in that case. We could try this. We could try this and see how it goes. I'm not convinced by the droll at all, but I'm willing to try it, I should say. I'm also not convinced that you need Smashers, Gamma Burst, and Double Cross, but who knows? Maybe I will be convinced otherwise. Always happy to try stuff like that. Okay, now how do I optimally sort this deck? So there's 5 slots down here. I'm just going to throw the Nimbles in here. Ah, yes, perfect. Okay, I figured it out. Yeah, easy clap. Okay, perfect. All right, and then we need Arc Light. We need Arc Light. We need 2 Zeus, I feel like. Downerd. Soul Sweeper. Mosquito. We can play some Nightmares. Soul Scissors triggers if a monster is destroyed. So Cerberus seems nice. I don't know how to feel about Phoenix. I'm just looking at Kang's list right now. We're definitely not playing Lambda. Because we don't play Gamma. Phoenix seems okay. I wonder if we need IP at all. Another gigantic? I don't know if we need another gigantic. I don't feel like we do. I really don't think so. I don't think we need another gigantic. Gin Buster? Cavalry could be okay. We could also play IP, but without Unicorn. Not sure. Let's try Cavalry. I think whatever we put here is not going to come up very often, but it is what it is. Okay. And then for the side deck, I'm on the Bestial train. I really like Bestial in this format. I really like playing Magnamoots and like some other amount of Bestials for like Mathmech and Despia, I think. It's really nice to have like some amount of Bestials. I don't know how many I'm gonna end up wanting, but I like kaijus. The question is, do we play... No, we don't play this kaiju. We played this kaiju, because with this kaiju, you only need 3 attacks with Mosquito to win. That's irrelevant. And then maybe with kaiju, we might play Akashic. If we side kaijus, we might play Akashic. Then we need to respect back row decks. I think the best way to do that would be to play Cosmics and Duster. We could play less kaijus, and now we have spots for another 3 of... Let me think what we are weak to right now. Against Kashtira going second, we have kaijus and everything we have in the main deck already. That seems solid. That feels solid. Do we need anything for going first? Because we could side something like D-Barrier or Judgment. We could side Lancea as well, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, how much can we even side out against Kashtira going second? We want to keep Ash, we want to keep Droll, we want to keep Imperm, we want to keep Book, we want to keep Fenrir, we want to keep most of our engine. We can side out Double Cross, maybe Smashers, maybe some amount of Prosperities. Not sure. We could side out Ash if we had another card for the matchup. Imperm for something that hits harder. We could put Imperm... we could side out Imperm for something that hits harder. The question is, do we want more side deck for Kashtira? Or do we want side deck for other matchups? Because so far we have like... I think our side deck is solid against Branded. Because we have 5 Bestials, and we could take in the Kaijus, depending on what version they play. But I don't like Kaijus because they don't help against Expulsion. What's the reason for the Wind Kaiju over the Water one? Because this one is 2700. Which means that with Mosquito, you only need 3 attacks to burn them to death. Because 3 times 27 is 8100. With Gameciel, you need 4 attacks. I think that's why it's better. I think that makes it a lot better. We could... I mean, Kang played Judgment. Let's just try Judgment. I'm not convinced we need a card for going first, but who knows. Okay, the way this is going to go, as always, I don't like playing DB ranked, because you don't know what you play against. I want this to be solid testing. So I'm gonna ask you to play against me. Play against me, chat. The password is Josh. Please play Metadex. Please play Metadex. You don't have to play Kashtira, even though some Kashtira matchups would be nice for testing, but yeah. But I want to play against like some... You can play like Labyrinth, other Spright variants, Kashtira, Branded, all that type of good stuff, you know? Let's go. All right. No small world allowed. No. No small world. Do you think it is worth playing the Toad stuff with Reprodocus? Absolutely not. All right. We are going to special summon a Fenrir. I don't think the placement on this matters, but we will go ahead and grab another Fenrir. And then we will activate Prosperity. In this case, we would like to find a Beaver. We already have a lot, so we might not need to banish 6 here. I'm going to banish... You can always banish one of this. Game 1, I feel like banishing a Kashik is fine. And we can banish a Sprint. I'm fine going for 3 here, because even if we miss a Beaver, our hand is still absolutely fine, so... Yeah, okay, we get an Ash Blossom to back up our board. I'm happy with that. That's fine. And now we will simply normal summon Carrot. Special Jet, activate effect. The problem here is that It's annoying. Is it annoying? We won't have double cross here or smashers. We will have starter. Yeah, I mean it's a little annoying, but it's fine. Activate starter. See if this gets ashed. It does not get ashed. Okay. Blue's 11. We're committing into nib, but we have red plus carrot, so we even live through imperm plus nib, right? I am running into nib, I'm aware, but I have a red. Do you realize what red's effect is? It's actually a little cloggy because of the Fenrir now. But I think it's fine. I think we're going gigantic first. Yeah, we're going gigantic first. Activate effect. Resolves. We're just gonna put out the soul scissors here, which is actually, I'm very happy we have this card in the deck right now, because Hyperia wouldn't do anything because we prosp. And then we go sprint just to get this thing to the graveyard. Sprint effect. Send angler, special summon 2 beavers. And we make the Melffy of the forest. Detach a material. And we are grabbing Caddy, right? Spare some discard from your hand. Only use each effect. Yeah. This. Dory, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. And see you Sunday. Okay. I mean, this is the board. And then we go. During your end phase, special summon this card from your hand. Pass. So we have sprint bounce. We have this effect once they triggered this. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty sick. This is pretty sick. Okay, I did single game, but if you want to, we can play a match. Because I do have a side deck for this. I don't know what it's playing, what they're playing. All right, nice. I don't know what they're playing. I assume they're going to be going first, so I'm going to side in the Kaijus. Those should be fine either way. They were playing 40 cards, so it might be like Kashtira, it might be Spright, very likely. We're going to take out this and this. I think going second, even though Smashers can be used, I think we're okay with just Gamma Burst. I think Soul Scissors can also go going second. Why Drollin the main? I'm not convinced by Drollin Lockbird. It's because it was in Ding Kang Fam's list who performed well with this deck, so I'm trying it. I don't actually hate siding in Feather Duster blind going second. I think it's reasonable against Branded because they might have like Branded in red that you can force. Maybe side out one Fenrir going second. All right, no hand trap. Shifter. Oh, Kashtira, okay. Yep. Imagine Droll versus your opening. Okay, but the argument to play the Melffy Spright cannot be the argument to play Droll and Lockbird. That deck is not popular enough. You're not telling me I should play that. Spright doesn't care about Shifter, right? I mean, it cares about it in the sense that you cannot go nimble with the sprint, but yeah, I don't think it cares that much. All right, they have a pretty good opener. There we go. We also have a pretty good hand, though. We have a pretty good hand. I wonder if they go for the full combo, though. The full back row zone lock. Yep. Yep. We lose 3 cards face down. 1, 2, 3. We lost a Kaiju, a Jet, and a Lockbird. Nothing crazy. I do want to note that the Lockbird would be dead here because of Shifter. Just a small thing. It's not something that happens very often, but it would happen here. They do play around Nibiru here. That's a... they technically, if they were watching the stream, they could not play around Nibiru because they know I don't play it, but that would not be good testing. So I'm glad that they are doing it. Okay. And we draw a Penny. That is not a very good draw. I think that's the worst draw in the entire deck. But this hand is still pretty nice. So because Fenrir kind of just is very good against this Arisard play, is it not? Like, we just summon it and they kind of have to banish it. They kind of have... they don't have to. They don't have to, but it's really good. If you had Small World into Gamma, this would be Wraps. True statement. True statement. Not wrong. It's a tough decision because if you go for just a Rysard, surely they die here. They, depending on the back row. Oh, Imperm on Fenrir. Okay. Imperm on Fenrir. All right. I think we win here. I think we do win here. I mean, they have Big Bang. They have Big Bang attached to summon Fenrir or Unicorn. Okay, the middle column is Imperm column. If I Prosperity, I can't kill. So let's try to not use Prosperity. Let's start with Beaver. It's very important that we have Beaver. Otherwise, they could Arisard my... Ooh. Alright, that's bad. So Arisard triggers to attach. Yeah. Arisard triggers to attach, and then they can banish my Beaver. They will banish my Beaver. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Wouldn't it be smarter to wait until you activate Fenrir before you Imperm? I think that's what they assumed. Okay, so Arisard will attach another card. Arisard will attach another card, and then the Big Bang will summon the Fenrir, probably? Yep. Arisard will also trigger another time. Arise triggers once more on Beaver banish. They can reattach Big Bang here. Or not. Okay. Solatir, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay, so we have the Prosperity into starter, basically, right? It appears I overestimated Spright. No, it's just that this hand is awkward. I do think it's fine overall. So we need to go for 6 here. Let me banish a Sprint, a Gigantic, a Zeus, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That will be defeat. Yes, that's defeat. All right. I could have prossed first action, and then I could have found like a Kaiju, and then we could have played. The problem is I didn't know they had Ash in hand, And I didn't want to pros, because if they did not have Ash, we could have actually just killed them with Mosquito. That's why I didn't pros first action. But in hindsight, maybe it was safer to just pros first action. Okay. Now, going first... the Kaijus go. The Kaijus go. The Gamma Burst goes. The Feather Duster goes. This already looks solid now. I kind of want Cosmic Cyclone. I think Cosmic Cyclone is low-key very good against I think it's low-key very good against Kashtira when you go first, because you can counter Birth and the Field Spell, which are two very annoying cards to deal with. The problem is I don't know what else I would side out. I feel like if we side out Droll here, we could side out Ash, actually. We could side out Ash when we go first. Because I think Cosmic counters more cards than Ash, because Ash... I mean, no, Ash counters more cards than Cosmic, but Cosmic counters better cards. Like... I don't think we need Smashers. I think it's okay to have just Double Cross. I think it's fine. Oh, that's not a great hand. It does combo. So normal Angler Special Jet is what we have to do. It's not pretty, but it has to be done. Imperms the Jet. Okay. Fine. Hoping there's no... Wait. Do we go Gigantic first now? I mean, either way, if I Sprint or Gigantic, if they have another hand trap, my turn ends. In that case, let's just go Gigantic. I feel like they have to have another hand trap. Yeah, that only made sense. So, unfortunate. Do we summon Penny in the end phase? There's no reason to, right? Yeah, there's no reason to. Okay. The problem is, if they summon Fenrir or Unicorn, I feel like I have to Solemn and hope they don't have another one. I feel like I have to Solemn and hope they don't have another one, because if they beat over my Gigantic, I feel like I just lose. I have to hope they start with like Prosperity or Terraforming, then I can Lockbird. I wish Lockbird was a card like Talons. I think Talons is a good card. Yeah, we have to literally hope that they don't have another way to play. I can't not Judgment this. Yeah. That's GG. Lockbird is not it, Chief. Cool Lockbird, very bog. Droll is good here. Droll is not terrible, but Droll is much worse than most other cards I could have in this instead. Like any books, any talents, like most tech cards are better than Droll in this spot. And I think that's almost best case scenario for it. Like the only time where I think Droll is actually broken is if they start terraforming or prosperity. If that was Ash, we were fine. Also, probably true. Like, Droll is just... Droll is high risk, high reward, and I don't like that type of card. Oops. The hand was not very good, to be fair, but still. Show me your extra, Joe. Show me your extra. Alright. Beaver F. Impermanence. Scoop phase. Alright. Joel and Lockbird, best card in the game. Alright, next one. We don't give up so easily. They did draw pretty well. They did draw pretty well, but that's like, that is what Kashtira does. You know what I mean? Kashtira is that deck. That Kashtira plays a billion one-card combos and a billion non-engine. So you can't complain about like, hey, they drew 2 one-card starters and a bunch of non-engine. That's what they do. Like, if your deck loses to that, you probably shouldn't play. You know what I mean? Like, your deck needs to change. If that's what you're losing to, like, if you every time you lose, it's because Kashtira drew like one of its arguably average hands, that's like not a good sign, you know? All right, let's go. Hello? Am I lagging? How can I find your duel room? You just look for my name when I'm hosting. What's happening? Did they, what, is DB down or are they just gone? Did people leave? Oh, they left. Okay. Oh, they're back? Oh, okay. All right, we're going second. Yep. See what you get and then banish. Didn't we say meta only? We kind of did, yeah. We kind of did. I feel bad for leaving, though. I'll just see how it goes. What did they take? Cyber emergency. Yeah. I'm still mad about the fact that Drytron can use cyber emergency. It annoys me. It just annoys me. Why did they not be more careful? Why weren't they more careful when they made that card? That card is not a Drytron support card. The Viner of the Herald. I feel like I should imperm here because they get Benten. I'm just imperming and hoping for the best. Alpha Thuban. Tributes Gamma Eltanin. That is not looking too hot. All right. Anyway, Alpha Zeta effect. So Gamma Eltanin is the one that summons another Drytron. Yeah, where's the droll now, dude? Where's the droll now? Plot twist? Plot twist. This is not someone who actually thinks Drytron is good. That is someone that they just want to show me how good Droll can be. But you already know we're gonna draw Droll off the top. Yeah, we already know we're gonna draw Droll next card. That's how it works. That's how it goes. Okay, they are lagging or something. Invader, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for spending your 1 prime on the channel. which is free and helps me out a lot. Appreciate that. Not the McDonald's Wi-Fi, dude. Okay, no Benton Surge. Noted. Average Drytron plays. Being performed. Benton doesn't seem that unfair if you just don't use it. Zeta, okay. They're just acting like they're under droll, yeah. Gentleman's agreement. Just act like there's a droll in Lockbird. Let's just not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Let's just act like that didn't happen. Let's just get it over with. You know? The Ash Jet. Okay. I'm gonna Fenrir banish this face down. And then we just go Mosquito OTK, right? That should be super easy. We need Mosquito and 4 other monsters. That should be easy. We go Gigantique effect. If this is not Nib, it's GG. Yeah, okay. Attach. Special blue. Blue grabs red, just in case it's any other hand trap. Special red. Make sprint. Pressabik, thank you for the 900 bits. Appreciate that. The matchup, especially in best of 1 for the runic Spright deck that I played against Flunder is it's a pretty hard matchup. It is a pretty hard matchup. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I think it's difficult. The I think going second, it's probably a loss if they don't break. But that's just the nature of flu. There's not much you can do about that. All right, this is exact game. I'm gonna be nice about it. All right. Boom. Let's go. I made it a match now. Do one more. Although maybe in Master Duel without statue, maybe you can just outgrind. You might just be able to outgrind against Flunder. Can I stop drawing Angler? Apparently not. So this is super awkward. Beaver plus Angler. I hate that. Beaver plus Angler is a super awkward opener. It's still full combo here, but it's annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying, but this is what it is. So we're gonna have to summon a second Beaver here. And I think since we already have blue and starter as extenders, we can just check for Nibiru this way. If they hand trap this, it doesn't really matter. If they hand trap this, it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna put the Soul Scissor in here. And now we're Nibiru safe. We don't have to worry about Nibiru at all anymore. So we just link these two off into Sprint. Because we still want Sprint as part of our end board, even though this doesn't net us any monsters. It just, like, it's the same number of monsters than before, but now we have Sprint on the field. And now we just go blue effect into a jet. Jet grabs us double cross, I think. Double cross. Starter will grab us carrot, I think. Carrot is probably the best to end on. I'm just making the carrot just in case they decided to keep imperm for the Melffy XYZ, but why ever they would do that. And then effect of this. Don't think it matters what we detach. We get caddy. Set book, set double cross. Now, if we didn't draw the angler, we would just have another monster here, and we could turn that into something, right? And that's what I'm thinking. We don't have anything in this list what we can turn into, right? We don't have anything. If we didn't draw the angler here, we would have one more monster on the field, and we don't have anything to turn these into. Like, that could be a Djinn Buster, that could be something, I don't know. We need to summon this. But you would have ended on Gigantic. We could have, but like, what's the point? Why not just make a bonus, like, free, whatever, like Djinn Buster or something, right? I don't think it should be IP, because if you go IP here, you lock your double cross. You know, you can't take with double cross then. It is a runic deck. They start with a runic tip. Now that's annoying. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. I think I will negate that. The reason I'm negating that is because I want them to force them to summon with a runic spell to get to Fountain so that I can use Caddy's effect. Screw this game, dude. Okay, well. Ooh. Well. Activate double cross to revive, I guess, Jet. JSNGWD, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Okay, so this goes. We banish 4. And then we affect. Yeah, they go Fountain, Chainlink 1. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they think about it. Okay. And all of these games really showcase some of the problems I have with Droll and Lockbird. Because we look at, like, there's a couple games here where the card would be really good, like this one, and then we have games where it's really bad, like the last one. The problem is you can't control when you draw it, because like this game I'm not drawing it. Last game I would have liked to, this game I would have liked to draw it, but I didn't. It's like it's yeah, it's very annoying to deal with that sort of variance. But it's not a bad card per se. Precipic, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. Maybe it's good enough for the side deck. I feel like maybe you could side it and be like, yeah, okay, it's good in some matchups, so I'm gonna side it in for those matchups, but I'm not sure. I think the matchups were like where you can side roll. Like if you want to side roll against Kashtira, Runic, you're still better off just playing in Lancia, no? Is there a way I can see a full deck list? Thank you for reminding me. I will show you the deck after the game, and I will also make a screenshot to put into the Discord, which is normally where you can always find the current deck list. Okay, they summon. Okay, that's important. If your opponent normals or special summons, we can use this now. Okay. Let us use Caddy now. What is the interaction if they now use freezing curses to negate this? Can I chain book and will it still return? I think it will. I think I could dodge it. Okay. And then I can add Hinny to my hand. They send Sacred Tree. Activate effect of Sacred Tree. I added Penny. I will use this. Chaining to Melffy and then chaining 3. Chaining 3, I will declare Penny effect. Special summon this card from your hand. Immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon a synchro monster. Right? So synchro with this. Melffy monsters in your hand. So this and this makes, in this case, I'm pretty sure Herald of the Arclight. And then I'm pretty sure. Do I bounce Camellia here? I don't think so, because they can resummon it with, they can resummon Camellia with the blessing, so I have no real reason to bounce Camellia. It does force them, no, I'd rather bounce an extra deck monster, I'm pretty sure. We're still fine. Freezing curses target Herald of the Arclight. I will let that resolve because I want to keep it around. Banish Imperm, banish Pros, banish Book. They're gonna use Blessing to summon from hand. That's fine. Hold up. Special Mole Cricket, activate effect. Yeah, okay. They tribute Mole Cricket. They didn't have to tribute that. They could have just let it there and milled instead. Oh, the Camellia is negated. You are right. The Camellia is negated. Okay, so here I could bounce with Sprint, right? Yeah, I could bounce with Sprint. Both of these would return to the hand. But I can also wait for them to make Beast, but that triggers the Mole Cricket in the graveyard. Oh, this is a tough matchup. I could also book the Mole Cricket. But Sprint only bounces one monster. Sprint only bounces one monster, so I could bounce the Mole Cricket to the hand. They have 2 tuners. They have to use a runic spell. And I book that. Okay, I think that's good. I'm going to use Sprint. Detach this. Target the Mole Cricket. No, nothing. Ooh, okay. Oh, what? Oh, no. Well, look at that. That's tough. That is tough. Yeah, skip battle phase. Draw. Who thought this was a good idea, dude? Who thought Droll and Lockbird was a good idea? You're being ridiculous. What else? I mean, going first into Runic, surely we keep Droll. As much as I would freaking like to cut that card right now. Pretty sure we keep it in. Smashers actually might be better than Double Cross in this matchup because of Fountain. Book is pretty good normally. Ash is solid-ish. We don't need... we kind of want Solemn in case of evenly. I think Book going first is better than Ash in this matchup. All right, hand is almost fine. I hate that I always draw 2 Nimbles. It's never 1. I either draw 2 Nimbles or I draw just Angler, but sometimes it's one of those days. So we go Gigantic first as hand trap bait in this version. Resolves. I did take out Soul Scissors, but I think that's fine. We can just go Jet. Use Jet to find... We could find the Smashers. We could also find Starter, but we don't need Starter. Grab this. So this definitely grabs Carrot. And then it's Sprint. For Angler, for only one Beaver, Sag. Overlay. Melffy of the Forest. Melffy of the Forest. Ashes that. Okay. I feel like we're winning this one based off of non-engine, right? I mean, like, Judgment, Cosmic Smashers, that should be fine. Together with a Carrot. And Beaver as follow-up, this should be fine. Is Runic Spright no good anymore? It's still good. It's definitely still good. Hold up. There is... I think I could Judgment that. I think I'll Judgment that. Because the only card that gets him out of this is Blessing. Didn't you have Soul Scissors live last game to come back after Exiton? Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. I could have. Don't enter battle phase. Don't enter battle phase. Don't enter battle phase. There's no way. Please. You don't have Ash, Imperm, Camellia evenly. There's no way. Okay. God damn it, dude. My heart just dropped, dude. Don't do that to me, eh? I'm too old for that, dude. You want me to die? You want me to just get a heart attack? Discard Sunflower for that. That's fine. Since we have Cosmic. Yeah, we win. That's the best card to have, but we still win. Toad version looks way better than whatever this Melffy is. I will look at the list again in a second, and I will tell you why I don't think there is one that's strictly worse than the other, but I will tell you what the individual advantages are. Boom! Cosmic to the moon. If you die on stream, you will be banned. Ah, okay. Thank you for that info. Okay. Wait, we keep Cosmic. We take out Solemns. Kaiju seems fine against Naturia Runic, because you can just bop the Barone. Better than Book. I want to keep Smashers. Do we side out the Melffys going second? Maybe. Like this? Let's try that. Hand traps, mod check, like never ever. I play like 9. Why would I draw one of those? Gameciel is worse than Gadarla because of Mosquito. The Mosquito math is much better with the Wind Kaiju because 3 times 27 is 8100. How am I supposed to beat 3 runics including tip? Thank you. We can only win if they don't have an Eteria monster. Like if they don't have Mole Cricket or Camellia, then then we have a yeah. All right, that's no way. No. Ah, hello. All right. We're gonna make some adjustments to this. But first, let me screenshot the list real quick for the Discord. And then also, we're gonna have lunch, or I'm gonna have lunch because it's already cold. As it always is. As it always gets cold. Okay. Discord, where do I go? Where is it? Current deck list. There it is. Okay. Up. All right. It is in the Discord now, the list. And I will very quickly go to the toilet and then we will continue the streaming. Okay. Short chair stream. Enjoy the chair stream. I'll be right back. All right. There's one more thing I want to say. There is one more thing I want to say about Droll and Lockbird. Because I think, I really do think that Droll and Lockbird in this current format, overall, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, and I'm like 99% sure that I'm just not going to play it. And the reason is not because of those last couple games. And I really want to encourage you guys to not do that, like, just play like 2 or 3 games and be like, yeah, Droll was never good, so I'm gonna cut it. The reason why I'm saying I think the card sucks is not because I just played 3 games with it and it was bad. The reason why I'm saying it sucks is because what happened in this last couple games is what always happens when you main deck Droll and Lockbird. That's what always happens. That's what Droll and Lockbird does. It's not something that, like, and that's where solid logic comes in, right? You just have to apply some logic to the card. You're like, you see a couple games with the card and you're like, yeah, that's what it does. Not seeing it? No. The card is not consistent. It's not consistent because it depends too much on what your opponent does. If you look at the card like Ash or Imperm, that card will always do the same thing. Droll and Lockbird depends way too heavily on your opponent's deck, hand, and the way they play. Because even if you play against something like Runic, if your opponent is good and they use the first Runic spell in the draw phase, your Droll is still bad. Even if you're playing against Runic Naturia, you still lose. Like, Droll is still not good. It's not a consistent card. And I think especially in a deck like Spright, which is supposed to be a super consistent deck, I think that is not the card you want. There might be decks and formats where you need such a high variance type of card, but the current format is not one of those. The current format is not that. Only because the card feels good if your opponent starts with Prosperity and Kashtira does not mean the card is an auto-include. I don't think it's Droll and Lockbird. I really don't think it's Droll and Lockbird. You could side it. But I don't know. Main deck Lancia, I don't see happening. I don't see main deck Lancia happening at all. All right, now, what do we do on the lunch break? What do we react to on the lunch break, chat? Nate plays well. Thank you for the 4 months. Someone suggested, Waver suggested that we look at Spright facts. Okay, it's just a minute. This one is just a minute. The complete history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta, part 1. Okay, this is 2 hours. This is 2 hours. But this does sound interesting. What we could do, you guys are saying it's a good video. Okay. We don't have to watch everything in one sitting. We can just like watch them in like 30 minutes, each day. I don't mind that. Okay. We did not watch that. No, we watched the OCG history.
Spright facts. Spright fact 1. Bring a Spright to your match to make your opponent think you're trying to make them think that you're trying to make them think that you're trying to make them think that. Spright fact 2. Get a free win by asking a Spright player to count past 2. Spright fact 2. It is strongly advised to not play.
Okay, that's funny. The fact that this one is not Spright fact 3, that's funny.
Runic cards, as they will take away your battle phase, rendering you unable to defeat your opponent. There is no ulterior motive behind this fact. Spright fact 2. Many people complain that Spright decks are too expensive. However, have you considered simply getting a job? It's just $4.99 a month. Everyone has $4.99 a month. Spright fact 2.
True.
What is the best Spright engine? Is it Frogs? Life Twins? Maybe Runic? No, you dumbass, it's Malice Vorus, baby. Sample deck.
What the hell is Melissaverse?
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try.
The rest of the information was not so totally awesome after all. Join us in a fortnight as we take a look at
Warrock.
What the hell was that? Okay. Anyways, we shall watch this for as long as we want. We're not gonna watch the entire thing, don't worry.
In late September of 2001, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters began airing in the United States and almost immediately became a cultural phenomenon. The main focus of the show was the titular card game, and its massive success in America guaranteed that a physical version of Duel Monsters would hit store shelves in the near future. The game had already taken off in Japan and proven its potential market value, and so after making a deal with Konami to acquire the Yu-Gi-Oh! License, Upper Deck Entertainment sought to capitalize on the show's popularity and bring the game to a Western audience. And while I'm sure both Upper Deck and Konami were expecting the game to be successful, since its target audience was probably the anime's
Is it too loud?
fan base of kids and teenagers, I don't think they, or anyone really, could have anticipated that Yu-Gi-Oh! Would go on to become one of the most complex popular card games of all time, with a history and lore
That was me!
that Yu-Gi-Oh! Would go on to become one of the most complex
That's
popular
me!
card games of all time, with a
That's me again! That's me again! This is me playing Orcus.
history and lore 18 years in the making, and just
Easy clap. It only took 40 seconds. It only took us 40 seconds to be in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. Easy clap.
as deep as the one present in the anime and
Speed
manga
run.
it was based on. While the only experience many people have with Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes from playing the game casually when they were younger, behind the scenes there has always been a fiercely competitive, dynamic, and perpetually evolving metagame. This is the story of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s competitive landscape, and how its many eras were defined by the strategies that dominated it, cards that would take the
How do you include this image and not the fist bump, dude?
competitive landscape, and how its many eras were defined by the strategies that dominated it, cards that would take the game by storm, and most importantly, its base of dedicated, creative players both willing and able to push the game to its absolute limit.
From when is this? 11 months ago. This has almost 2 million clicks, dude. Is there a second part already?
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game made its debut outside of Japan in March of 2002 with the release of Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and just like the anime had about 6 months before this, the game almost immediately exploded in popularity.
Pretty much everyone started playing it. Like, it wasn't just a nerd thing, it wasn't just like a
Not
weird
easy.
person thing. The people that were playing sports were doing it. I mean, boys and girls were all playing it. Pretty much the entire, like, classroom was playing it.
At this point, though, the game's appeal, while widespread, was still mostly casual, so there was no metagame to speak of yet.
There was like no rule book or anything. LOB didn't really come with anything as a pack, so you really had to talk to the store owner to really get some info about the game.
It really was like the recess meta. None of us had sleeves, none of us really had deck boxes. You know, you got the rubber band around your deck in like a plastic baggie.
Fortunately, this initial Wild West period was pretty brief. Towards the end of the month, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game saw another major release, and the roots of the competitive game began to take shape. Although the Legend of
Which one did you have, chat? Which one? Left or right? Both? Oh, the rich kids in chat. Okay, sorry. Hey, sorry for asking. Okay, hey, all right. Hey, the people with the rich parents were spotted. All right, I see how it is. Okay. Okay.
Blue Eyes booster set was responsible for introducing many people to the game. The release of the Kaiba and Yugi starter decks was what really propelled it into the mainstream.
Yugi Kaiba format, that's like when, you know, a lot of people first got into the game, they got like their, you know, their starter decks.
The most important thing about these starter decks is that they gave all potential players access to the game's official rulebook. This, of course, allowed a competitive scene to even exist in the first place, and while the overwhelming majority of Yu-Gi-Oh's players were casual ones, local tournaments
That
were
was
already
Seymour,
being
yeah.
held at various game shops, and many players showed a clear interest in not only building the most powerful deck,
I've played LOB format with Brad a couple months or years ago. I don't remember. This format, dude, it sucks ass. It's so boring. This format is so boring. Like, I'm not hating on any nostalgia. Like, it's not like, but like the first Yu-Gi-Oh format is so freaking boring, dude. Don't tell this to Ant-Man, okay? Please, chat. No narcs. No one tell the Ant-Man. Not Ant-Man. I said Ant-Man again. No one tell the Act-Man, okay? You can tell the Ant-Man if you ever see him in the cinema. Tell the Ant-Man, but don't tell the Act-Man, okay? Don't tell the Act-Man this, but first, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucks.
But playing that deck the most optimally.
I am told that this is a cross of chess and Pokemon. How exactly does one play Yu-Gi-Oh?
One could, at this point, describe Yu-Gi-Oh's rules as simple. Simple enough, anyway, that many people were able to pick up the basics just by watching the anime.
See, each card has an attack number and a defense number. First player to eliminate their opponent's life points wins the duel.
Like many other trading card games, Yu-Gi-Oh is built around the idea of stripping another player of a vital resource, in this case, life points. The most straightforward and typically the most effective way to decrease a player's life points has always been to deal damage by attacking with monster cards. Unless stated otherwise, all monsters have the inherent ability to declare an attack either on an opposing player or on another monster, and a monster's attack point score is indicative of how much damage it deals when attacking and how powerful it is relative to other monsters. Given the landscape of the early game, it may have actually been true at this point that this attack point score was the most important thing about a monster.
Yeah.
Following the release of both starter decks, the card pool was still fairly limited. While Legend of Blue Eyes brought a whopping 126 cards into the game, many of them were almost completely useless.
Because LOB, the cards were just awful. Monsters didn't even have effects. The only true effect monster was like
These were so bad.
Exodia's head.
87 of these 126 cards were monster cards, and of those, 82 were either normal monsters or fusion monsters with no effect.
Okay. 5 monsters in LOB had an effect. I want to figure this out. Which are the 5 monsters in LOB that had an effect? There's the White Ninja. There is Exodia's head. There is Man-Eater Bug. There is... I think there's 2 ninjas. Isn't the ninjas in LOB? And Trap Master. I think it's Exodia, Man-Eater Bug, Trap Master, and two ninjas.
Starter decks Yugi and Kaiba collectively added 59 more cards into the card pool, and 35 of them were...
Is Hain LOB? Really? Okay. Alright, sorry for the boomer. Legends of Blue Eyes White Dragon card list. Alright. There is... Wait. There's Reaper of the Cards. Reaper of the Cards. Armed Ninja, Man-Eater Bug, Exodia's head. Wait, there's only 4. I can only see 4 here. What am I missing? Yeah, this list I'm looking at only has 4.
Are also normal monsters. This meant that most of the available monsters were clearly and undeniably worse than the truly exceptional few worth playing.
La Jin was like a beast. 1800 beatdown, let's go.
La Jin, the mystical genie of the lamp, was a level 4 monster with 1800 attack points, making it the most powerful monster a player could summon without tributing other monsters. Since the game prohibited players from playing any more than 3 copies of the same card in their deck, other weaker monsters like Neo the Magic Swordsman and Battle Ox, level 4 monsters with 1700 attack, were played alongside La Jin as they provided more consistent access to powerful monsters that could be normal summoned immediately. Giant Soldier of Stone and even occasionally monsters like Aquamador and Mystical Elf saw play due to their high defense values. 2000 was after all the highest baseline stat printed on a level 4 or lower monster by far, but cards like these could typically only be used defensively, or as setup for the future summon of a monster like Summon Skull.
Did anyone actually play this format competitively? Like, serious question? Because This was like playground time for me. Like, I did not get into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh at this time. I guess we're... Are they also covering, like, actual tournaments happening?
Attack! Summon Skull was very strong. One tribute monster. That was the same attack as...
I feel like... No hate, but I feel like the influencers or the Yu-Gi-Tubers that were invited to take part here, I feel like they are making this shit up. There's no way you remember, like, metagaming with Summon Skull and La Jin and whatnot, because no one did that, bro. We all played on the playground. And there was a bunch of cards that were more powerful. At least, let me tell you a few things about the German playground Yu-Gi-Oh! There was a lot of cards that were more powerful than La Jin. There was a lot more powerful cards than La Jin. Do you want me to tell you what was more powerful than La Jin for us? It was any English card. Any English card was busted because we had no idea what it did. You could just make up the effect, and everyone did. Everyone had that one freaking English card that no one knew what it did. We all could not read it, and you just made the effect the fuck up. You just said something, and it did that, and those were so busted. I remember, for some reason, I remember this one card. I remember one card specifically that someone had, and it was the most broken card ever. And I think it just sucks complete ass. Hold up. This card, up to this day, is engraved in my head as one of the most broken cards when we were kids. But it's completely terrible. But I am traumatized by this card because someone on the German playground had this card in English and made up some broken effect for this card, and it was like the best card on all of Playground because they had like the best fantasy about inventing an English card that was broken. So there's that. So I feel like when they're saying like, yeah, I remember like everyone was trying to summon Skull, everyone was metagaming with La Jin, 1800 was the magic number, bro. Nah, it wasn't. Nah, it wasn't, bro. We didn't play like that in the playground. That's not, you're capping when you say you remember it being like that, bro. We were 5.
Big Dark Magician.
While it certainly would have been cool if the format had been split between people playing Dark Magician and people playing Blue Eyes, Dark Magician was made obsolete by the level 6 Summon Skull. Summon Skull had, without a doubt, more
for us, dude.
Attack points than any other 1 tribute monster in the game, and was even more powerful than many 2 tribute monsters like Gaia the Fierce Knight and Red Eyes Black Dragon. Blue Eyes, on the other hand, was, with no caveat, no asterisk, the most powerful monster in the game, but this came at the cost of it being much more difficult to summon than Summon Skull. Summon Skull was the more likely of the two to actually make its way onto the field, but if a person could manage to summon Blue Eyes, there wasn't a single monster that could kill it in battle aside from another copy of Blue Eyes. While these powerful normal monsters
That's a good ruling. That's a good ruling. I like that ruling by the head judge. But our head judge at school did not make that ruling. For us, they were legal, unfortunately. They should have been banned, but they were legal.
Monsters were the bread and butter of most early decks. They weren't the only monsters that saw competitive play. As few of them as there were, effect monsters did exist at this point, but many of them had effects that just weren't powerful enough to make up for their lackluster stats. Of the 13 available effect monsters, only 4 were truly useful, and even though it was still powerful, the weakest of these 4 was probably Hain. Hain, like many other early effect monsters, has a flip effect, meaning that its effect only activates whenever it's flipped face up, either by the person who initially summoned it face down, or as a result of being attacked while face down. Hain's effect allows a player to put any monster on the field back in the hand of its owner, which again was fairly powerful, but it was in most cases a strictly worse version of either Wall of Illusion or Maneater Bug.
What are these entrants for these cards, dude? I mean, it's well made.
Wall of Illusion was arguably the best of the 4, as it had both a powerful effect and a respectable stat line. Its 1850 defense stat made it powerful enough to survive being attacked by anything that could be summoned without tributing, and on top of that, it would always at least temporarily remove anything that tried to kill it from the field. It effectively served the same purpose as Hain, but unlike Hain, it would usually remain on the field after being attacked due to its high defense stat, and it was also able to remove multiple monsters from the field, since its effect was not a flip effect and instead went off whenever it was attacked, even if the attack destroyed it, and even if it had already used the effect before. This made removing it from the field through battle incredibly annoying, as the only monsters powerful enough to do it had to be tribute summoned, and even if they were able to destroy the Wall of Illusion, they would be returned to the hand afterwards, and their owner would need to go through the process of tribute summoning them all over again. Maneater Bug and Trapmaster, the last of these four, were, like Hane, flip monsters with removal-based effects. They actually seem to be part of a 3-card series, along with Armed Ninja, as each of their effects targeted and destroyed one of the game's 3 core kinds of cards: monsters, magic cards, and trap cards. Nobody played Armed Ninja.
I never know these 3 belonged together as like a trio. I never realized. I guess it makes sense.
Because most powerful magic cards weren't worth setting face down, and with the sole exception of Swords of Revealing Light, didn't remain on the field after being activated. The ability to destroy monsters and trap cards, on the other hand, was extremely powerful, and more than made up for the pitiful attack and defense scores of both.
Armed Ninja, like, who thought this was a good concept, dude? Spells, like, no one, like, you can't hit, like, okay.
Maneater Bug and Trapmaster. Maneater Bug, Legend, and Wall of Illusion were the game's first true staple monsters, and found their way into mini decks.
The only
both
card you can hit is
and
like
casual
Swords of
alike.
Revealing Light.
Trapmaster wasn't quite as omnipresent as any of these cards, but it was still popular among competitive players due to the power of trap cards. Trap cards offered the unique benefit of being usable during either player's turn, and were usually designed to take advantage of this. There were only 9 of them released between the first booster set and both starter decks, but a surprising number of them were actually pretty good. Without a doubt, the best of them were Trap Hole and Wabaku, cards that were so good that pretty much anyone who played the game ran both at 3. Trap Hole was one of the most reliable forms of monster removal in the game, and was particularly useful against monsters that needed to be tribute summoned. Wabaku, meanwhile, was one of the only cards in the game that offered players any sort of protection from their opponent, and it was pretty good protection at that. It essentially skipped the other player's battle phase after being activated, and since it could be activated at almost any point during either player's turn, stopping it was really difficult.
What was the time that they changed Waboku to also protect your monsters from dying? Because it didn't do that in the beginning. Which year did they change that? Because in the very beginning, like it's on the card here, it says make all battle damage inflicted by monsters on your opponent's side of the field 0. It did not always do that. I think it always did, really. It was just bad card text? Okay. I mean, we didn't play it like that as kids. As kids, we didn't play it like that. I remember that it was supposed to do that. Okay. Interesting. I felt like I remember a time where it didn't do that, but maybe it's just us playing it like that because it was not written on the card. You know what I mean? We didn't know that on the playground. Yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to know? I mean, read that card and tell me it protects the monsters. Like, that makes no sense. Make all battle damage inflicted by monsters on your opponent's side of the field 0 during this turn. That does not mean that your monsters don't die. Like, that does not, like, you can't even blame the playground kids for this. Like, that's plain stupid that it does that.
Another trap card that was extremely popular, but not quite as good as either of these two, was Reinforcements. The focus placed on attack points and the battle phase during this period allowed this card to shine. As good as the game's few viable trap cards were, however, they couldn't compete with the power of what was easily the best kind of card.
If the attack of a monster summoned by your opponent, excluding special summon, is 1,000 points or more, the monster is destroyed. A monster summoned by your opponent, excluding special summon. I think there's a word for that. I can't put my finger on it, but I think there's a word for that. Like, if you summon except special summons. Maybe there's a word for that. That's so funny.
In the game, magic cards.
Some of these old cards. Oh wait, the magic card intro. Oh, it's more calm. Okay. Yeah.
Like trap cards, magic cards had effects that were, at the time, typically much more powerful than those given to monsters. Unlike trap cards and even flip monsters, however, magic cards can be activated immediately, with no setup at all required from the player. This made them inherently more powerful than most monsters and traps for the simple fact that they were much, much faster. Two of the most popular early magic cards were Fissure and Swords of Revealing Light. These two were pretty similar in function to Trap Hole and Wabaku respectively. One could get rid of a monster, and the other was a powerful stalling card. Both saw about as much success as the staple trap cards of
Well, thank you for the 4 months, Moikov. Surely it's fine. Surely you can retake it.
the era, but they were far from the best magic cards in the game. They were completely eclipsed by another group of cards, often referred to as the Power 5.
Okay. Chat, what's the Power 5? Pot of Greed, Change of Heart, Monster Reborn, Dark Hole, Raigeki. Right?
These weren't just the most powerful magic cards in the game. They were, by a wide margin, the most powerful cards in the game.
I mean, these cards are iconic, right?
Those are like classic.
Any deck that included them was better for it.
I like how they included the Change of Heart in the, what we call, nostalgia rare condition. That's very authentic.
They were played by
that's how they all look, dude. That's how they all look. You will not find a starter deck Yugi Change of Heart in a better condition than this. This is near mint for Change of Heart from starter deck Yugi. I think this is how they came. This must have been how they came out of the box, dude. Because there's none of them in existence in a better condition. This is near mint. I think this is just near mint. Change my mind.
Anyone who had access to them. They were so powerful and so widely used, in fact, that they led to the creation of the game's first forbidden and limited list, where many of them have remained for the entire life of the game. The first edition of this list went into effect at the beginning of May, but it didn't actually ban any cards. 10 cards were limited and 2 were semi-limited. The first 5 cards to be placed in the limited section were the 5 pieces of Exodia. While these cards did act as an alternate win condition, they have almost never been at the center of any of the game's most powerful decks.
They did top the World Championship in 2012. I think that's the best Exodia ever did in, like, tournament. There was, like, some FTKs back in the day, but
It was probably for the best that they were placed here, but it's hard to say that this had a substantial effect on the metagame. What ended up being far more impactful was the decision to limit the previously mentioned Power 5 magic cards.
I can completely understand why these cards were all limited in the context of 2002 Yu-Gi-Oh! Just because these are game/format warping cards for the time. When you have a card that literally just says destroy all monsters on your opponent's field, it's crazy, right? And it's so funny that a card that literally just says draw 2 cards was
yeah, it was not a Exodia FTK that made top 8 at Worlds. It was a Exodia stall deck in Zector format, yeah.
Limited, but like now in modern Yu-Gi-Oh sense is banned. That just goes to show how powerful drawing cards is in this game.
The 2 cards placed in the semi-limited section were also magic cards. While card destruction was not omnipresent in the early metagame, it may have been problematic if everyone could play 3 copies of it in their deck. This card in multiple quantities hypothetically makes it very easy to force another player to lose by decking out, and that aside, it was also occasionally played as a powerful draw card since Pot of Greed was now limited. Swords was a pretty big deal because unlike Wabaku, it allowed players to stall for 3 turns instead of just 1.
Like, stalling 3 turns was like, oh, I can draw into my Raigeki.
This ban list was the last major event of Yugi Kaiba format, which meant that the game was able to stabilize over the course of the next month. With Dark Hole and Raigeki limited, Fissure had become the most consistent way to get monsters off of the field with a card effect. It was one of the most reliable ways to get rid of a Wall of Illusion without attacking it, and it also made committing to a tribute summon to...
My favorite part of watching these videos is like how crazy it is compared to today, thinking how like this is considered to be one of the best spells in the game, right?
very risky, which led many players to wait to summon their deck's boss monster until they had at least 2 monsters already on the field. This is one of a handful of reasons that Summon Skull Beatdown ultimately became the best deck of the format. Setting up a field of 3 monsters before summoning the Blue Eyes was pretty tough, and in many cases, even if a player properly played around Fissure, their Blue Eyes would just get destroyed by Trap Hole, or perhaps even Raigeki or Dark Hole. For this reason, those truly dedicated to making Blue Eyes work often played Lord of D and the Flute of Summoning Dragon, cards that could help bypass the need to tribute monsters entirely. A handful of other cards were experimented with and saw scattered success throughout this period, but
How is Soul Exchange not a good card, though? Like, let's be real, bro. If you draw Soul Exchange plus Summon Skull, isn't that, like, insane tempo swing?
none would stick around for long. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was on the verge of its first major shakeup, brought about by the June release of its next core booster set.
Oh yeah, Miracle. Heavy sword.
Metal Raiders added a staggering 144 cards to the game, and thus nearly doubled the available card pool. Of course, not all 144 were actually good, but given the sheer volume...
Was it because Sangan could trigger from sending from hand too? That was the OCG. In the OCG, it was completely different. There was Exodia was like the best deck because they had 3 Graceful Charity, and Sangan and Witch were triggering when you discarded them. So Exodia literally had like, I don't know, 99% win rate or some shit like that. It's completely absurd. With 3 Pot of Greed, 3 Graceful Charity, 3 Sangan, and 3 Witch. It was so dumb.
Volume of new cards, the game was bound to see a noticeable leap in power. While beatdown decks, and Summon Skull beatdown decks in particular, continued to dominate the meta, the cards added in Metal Raiders almost completely changed how these decks, and the game in general, were.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I liked Dark Blade too as a kid. That's a cool vanilla to have as your ace monster as a kid. That's a good one. Thank you for the 6 months.
Played. Surprisingly, this set's magic cards were actually largely overshadowed by many of its new traps, which brought with them the idea of a brand new form of interaction.
In Germany, when Yugioh came out, didn't we already start with 3 booster sets instead of just LOB? See, I never played competitively at the time, so I can't tell you for sure. In my mind, it's all mixed up together, like the very early years. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. I feel like I only remember it as like the mix of everything. I don't know if it was if they released them one at the time, but either way, it was probably very, very close to each other. We definitely got them later than NA, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How am I supposed to know when they released in NA? I was 5. I didn't realize that. I did not know that. So like I don't remember that. I only remember playing with all of these sets, like Spell Ruler, / Magic Ruler, Metal Raiders, that type of stuff. We had all of that when we played Playground Yu-Gi-Oh! Like,
negation.
You activated my trap card actually started to matter.
Unlike, for example, Trap Hole and Wabaku, these were not cards meant to respond to one action or effect with another. The purpose of these new cards was to prevent certain things from happening entirely. There were 5 new cards with a negation clause in this set, and 4 of them in particular were designed to negate individual cards. All of them were counter trap cards, meaning that they couldn't be responded to once they were activated, except with other counter trap cards, and they all allowed.
Offer one of your own monsters on the field as a tribute to negate the summon, including special summon, of a monster and destroy it.
The player to trade some of their resources in order to completely negate the activation or summon of another card. What's interesting is they all asked the player for something different in exchange. They all had a different cost. And because of this, Solemn Judgment and Horn of Heaven saw very limited play.
A lot of people did not like Solemn Judgment during its original release. Like, it's the Omni Negate, but you have to pay half your life points.
I think it's fascinating that this didn't just become like a staple immediately out of the gate. Like, I think looking back, some people are probably just like, I don't know why we just weren't all running 3 of this just because of how powerful the card it is.
They valued life points a lot more because it was just a race at the time. It wasn't about...
Once again, they're talking like they remember this, but I personally don't remember this at all. I just like heard of this later, that in tournament play, they did not play Solemn Judgment. Because they felt like it was too high of a cost. But yeah, apparently that's how it was, which is crazy to think about because that card was, I mean, from today's standpoint, I guess you can see it because in the current format, Solemn Judgment, I mean, it still sees play, but it's like, I don't think it's one of those cards that people still consider to be actually broken, right? It's like, I feel like Solemn Judgment is a good card, but hey, we have way better traps than that, you know? But there was a time period, I want to say between like 2006 or 7 until like 2015 or something, where you could not imagine Solemn Judgment. Like that card was banned at some point. That card was banned at some point. It was like during Teledat, the card was a 3-off staple. Then I think it got banned or limited, and at some point it was banned for years. And then we got one back. Then we got that card was banned. It was limited. It came back as limited at some point. But it was first limited, then banned, and then years later they returned it. It was 100% this card was banned.
Yeah, maintaining a solid position as much.
Magic Jammer and 7 Tools of the Bandit, on the other hand,
It is at 1 during Edison, right? So it was banned, I think, in 2012. I think it was banned in 2012.
See immediate and widespread success, with Magic Jammer being the more popular of the two.
When
Despite
did it
how good many
return?
of these new
When did Judgment return? I want to say like probably 2016 or 17? Or was it earlier than that? Or late? When did Judgment come back? To 1. 2018? Oh, that's late. So that card was banned for like almost 6 years, dude. That's a long time.
traps were the Power 5 were still the best cards in the game, and negating any of them was typically better than negating another trap card.
Like, oh, but what if they Raigeki me and I spent all this time setting up my entire field and they're just gonna destroy it all? Then they started to realize, hey, I can use stuff in my hand to kind of substitute the destruction.
That said, there was one new trap card in this set that could give the Power 5 a run for their money.
I love Mirror
Force,
dude.
also had an
I
negation
love the
clause.
fact that, like, in early days, limiting / semi-limiting stuff like this actually mattered. Because the games were a lot slower, and so, like, playing around that one of Mirror Force actually was a big deal, and, like, not giving away the information, like, like if your opponent attacked with one monster, using Mirror Force was technically fine because it was, you know, 1-for-1, but then they would know that the Mirror Force is gone so they can commit more after. Like, the dynamic between one Mirror Force and one Torrential, I think, is what really shaped Yu-Gi-Oh! For, like, years. Like, from, like, it's already prevalent as early as, like, GOAT format. You know, one Torrential, one Mirror Force. That's what you play around. Like, it shapes the way you play so much. And then, like, for years, that's been the case. All until like 2011, 2012, 2013, still sometimes that's how you play around, you know, these types of cards. And I think that was really beautiful. It's like, it really shaped it. I don't think there's any other cards like Torrential and Mirror Force that consistently shaped the way people played the game back then. Or like in the actually like metagames over across multiple years and formats, as much as Mirror Force and Torrential. You could also argue for Gore's, but Gore's lifespan is a little bit shorter. Because it came out later and was invalidated a little bit faster. But Gore's is also one card like that. And it's one of those things like spell cards. Besides Heavy Storm, I can't think of another spell card that really changed the way we played Yu-Gi-Oh! As much. Like, Heavy Storm does that, but, like, most other spell cards don't really. Like, you know, because, like, Pot of Greed being at 1 is, like, kind of whatever, because whenever you draw it, you're just going to use it, right? It doesn't really change the way people play the game. It's just like, yeah, you have Pot of Greed. Congratulations. Which is why I love these interactive trap cards as well. Like, you know, Modern would be playing around stuff like Lightning Storm evenly post side deck, but it's like, I don't think it compares to what these cards do to you, like in the early formats. I don't think it compares.
It negated monster attacks, but what was
Soul
much
Charge?
more
Okay, how do you play around Soul Charge? Like, what do you mean by that?
important was after it negated the attack.
Mirror Force is just, it's a board wipe, but it's a board wipe that you get to use on your opponent's turn, which I think what was so appealing about it.
Especially with Mirror Force, where people have to manage the resource, not overcommit. That's when that evolution started to really take place in TCG anyway.
Was that Labyrinth of Nightmare?
The monsters added
No.
in Metal Raiders
No, that's
were
still
just
Metal
as, if not even more impactful than the new traps. First of all, there were two new monsters that challenged La Jin's position as the game's most powerful level 4 monsters, Seven Colored Fish and Dark Elf. These two almost immediately made many of the normal monsters that had been popular before the release of Metal Raiders obsolete. With Seven Colored Fish in the game, there was no reason to play Neo or Battle Ox, and cards like Mystical Elf and Giant Soldier of Stone were
No Tech Nero. Think of it as 6 months.
a lot less useful than Dark Elf since they couldn't be used to attack.
People started to identify, like, they started min-maxing. If you want to summon the level 4 monster, it has to have 1800 attack, or else it's worthless.
This set also included plenty of good effect monsters, and most of them followed the same design philosophy as the ones in Legend of Blue Eyes in both starter decks. A lot of them could be split into groups based on what they were designed to do, and
I don't really understand the philosophy behind creating more and more and so many vanillas in the early days. Like, I feel like it would be such an easy design decision to realize, hey, vanillas are kind of boring, right? Just like having a bigger vanilla than your opponent is not a very cool way of interacting. I feel like it was so obvious that the future of the game had to be effect monsters, right? It had to be, you know, like that's what makes it exciting. Like it's so weird that they made so many different vanillas early on.
and in most cases,
Like, you know, everyone had an 1800 vanilla and they were like, you know what's the shit? You know what would be crazy? You know what goes so hard? If we make a 1900. Everyone's like, oh shit. Okay, well.
this was to manipulate and control resources, but unlike their predecessors, these new cards didn't always do so by removing cards from the field. Magician of Faith and Mask of Darkness, for example, allowed the player to recycle magic and trap cards respectively. Equal as these two may seem, Magician of Faith was definitely the better card here. Since magic cards can be activated immediately, recycling them is a lot more effective than recycling trap cards is. Also, at this point, magic cards were just generally better than traps anyway, and most of the good ones were limited to 1 copy per deck. Because of all of this, she was good enough to become a metagame staple, and many people chose to play the maximum 3 copies of her in their deck. While we're on the subject of spellcaster-type effect monsters, there was another...
I thought you were going to be cooking TCG today. We will. We already have. It's just we were on the lunch break. We started watching this video, and it's very enjoyable. We're not going to watch the whole
really
thing.
good one released in this set.
Unless you all want it.
She and Sengen mostly did the same thing. They could search the player's deck for pretty much any monster they wanted, so long as that monster had less than 1500 attack points in Sengen's case, or less than 1500 defense points in Witch's case. Even though the card pool was very small at this point, these two had a vast range of search targets. They could even search for each other, and triggering their effects was...
Honest question. Would a 4-star 5k attack vanilla see play? I have thought about this in the past, just for fun, of like how big a vanilla would need to be for it to actually see play in today's Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think 5k is not enough. I think 5k, you don't play that. I think the minimum number for it to actually see play, and I say see play in terms of like, I'm not talking like tributed for some stupid FTK where you immediately deal 8,000 damage because it has 8,000 attack. Just, I like, as a beat stick, right? What number does a card need to hit for it to be actually playable for its intended purpose of being a beat stick, right? I think the number would have to be at least 8,000 so that you can like clear the board and just attack for game. I think that would have to be the... And I'm not even sure if 8,000 is the number I would play. I'm not even sure if I would play that. Probably not. Like, actually not. Like, it's just like, you know. But with like an 8,000 attack monster, you could build like a deck. Hypothetically, in my mind, you could play like a deck that plays a lot of removal, you know, and just tries to put out one monster with like unexpected die or whatever, just to like, you know, clear the entire board and just get one attack through, right? Maybe that's a deck, right? Maybe that's a deck. Maybe just like beat down, clear the board, attack with one monster per game. That could be a deck, right? Anything lower than 8k, I think, has a 0% chance to actually see play as a beat stick.
Isn't difficult at all. None of the other effect monsters released in this set were anywhere close to as popular as Sengen, Witch, or Magician of Faith, but there were still a handful worth mentioning.
Trust me, it wouldn't be that broken. It would not be that broken.
Crass Clown and Dream Clown saw occasional success as the focus of the brain.
Numeron already exists? Yeah, and that's basically that, right? Numeron is basically that, but even stronger than that. Think about it. Numeron tries to clear your board and then OTK you with one card. But Numeron does not even need you to have an empty field. Numeron does not need to kill everything. They can just attack over your stuff, and they do way more than 8,000 damage. Numeron does not OTK on its own. Well, like, I mean, if there's any monster, it does, though. Like, let's be real, right? So, like, I think a Numeron OTK is arguably even easier to pull off these days than just summoning 8k and hoping that's enough, right? So I think 8k vanilla might not even be strong enough. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, maybe the number has to be like high enough so that it can kill even after you give them a kaiju or something, like 10,200. Maybe 10,200 is the number, so you can go Gamma Seal attack it.
And new
maybe that's the number
deck.
Where you're actually trying to like kind of protect your clowns and switch them back and forth from defense, attack, and pop things while also using resource cards like Sanganon, which I believe that's one of the other decks that pops up during this era.
At the same time, White Magical Hat and Masked Sorcerer laid the foundation for hand control, which was nowhere near as powerful as it would eventually become at this point, but saw light experimentation in a meta that was still mostly dominated by Beatdown and Dragon Rush. The main thing that kept these monsters out of the spotlight was their stats. Unlike most of the other staple effect monsters of the time, these cards didn't do anything upon being sent to the graveyard. In order to get anything out of their effects, players actually needed to keep them on the field, and doing so was pretty difficult when cards like
11,200, so you can play
Upstart
Upstart,
were all over the place. The clowns could be protected by cards like Wabaku and Mirror Force, and their effects could be used to get rid of any monsters more powerful than them, but there weren't a lot of ways to reliably trigger White Magical Hat's effect. There were a handful of halfway decent equipped magic cards released in this set that provided monsters with pretty substantial attack point boosts, but none of them were as strong as they needed to be to turn White Magical Hat into an actual threat.
There wasn't enough to really buff him up yet. You don't have access to spare, but like people do start to get the idea that like if I can do that, it's great.
The best magic card in the set without a doubt was Heavy Storm. This card is Dark Hole but for magic and trap cards, and it was invaluable for dealing with problematic pieces of disruption like Trap Hole and Mirror Force.
Heavy Storm taught people how to be conservative.
It ended up making it to where you just can't set infinite back row. It's like you always have to fear and respect Storm.
Because while Heavy Storm was in the format, if you went like set 5 pass, Heavy Storm was going to literally just obliterate you.
As with the previous batch of cards, many of these new cards were strong enough that it called for an update to the ban list. In July 2002, just 1 month following the set's release, Mirror Force was limited, and Sengen, Witch of the Black Forest, and Heavy Storm were all semi-limited. As was the case before, most decks were largely...
I didn't know there was a time where they semi-limited Heavy Storm. That must have been a very short period of time. I felt like that card was always limited.
Composed of a bunch of the same good staples, and only really diverged.
Is there actually good reason why Heavy Storm is not at 1? Like, why is it Feather Duster but Heavy Storm? But not Heavy Storm, I mean. How's the stream been? It's my first time here. Well, first of all, welcome. It's been a good stream so far. We're just hanging out, reacting to this History of Yu-Gi-Oh video right now. Hope you're enjoying the stream. it couldn't come back. I mean, I feel like Heavy Storm is probably fairer than Feather Duster. I feel like Heavy Storm is probably fairer than Feather Duster. I think you can pop your own back row, yes, but is that an up or a downside? Like, I can't think of a deck that can really abuse Heavy Storm as much. You know, like, of course there is some examples, right? Goes in rivalry your opponent and then just heavy to ignore them. I mean, you would never do that. You would never play Gozen and rivalry in decks that don't work under them because you can heavy storm them yourself. Like you only have you have no guarantee that you will have the heavy storm. Like that would not be a thing. Right? Who said waking the dragon, dude? Have you thought about that even just for 1 second? Did you think about that for a second before saying waking the dragon? Do you think waking the dragon would not be the most broken card ever if you could trigger it yourself? You think that's what the problem is with Heavy Storm? The fact that you can trigger your own waking dragon, dude. And you think no one would do that with like Baron the Fleur or DPE or something? You think they need Heavy Storm for that? God damn.
When it came to a handful of individual cards. That said, Beatdown and Dragon Rush were still different enough that they were given different names, and both were still all over the place. There was now an even more noticeable slant.
Summon Baron, set Waking the Dragon, use Baron, pop Waking, activate Waking, summon Exterio, GG, nice name, well done.
In favor of Beatdown, as the consistency gap between these decks had grown wider. Witch of the Black Forest could grab Summon Skull straight from the deck, and Magic Jammer could negate the Flute of Summoning Dragon. Now that Mirror Force was also a part of the equation, actually keeping a Blue Eyes on the field was slightly more challenging, and while this applied to Beatdown players as well, it was a far less serious problem for them due to how much easier it was for them to summon their boss monster. Dragon Rush players could still take advantage of the new search network by using either Sengen or Witch to retrieve Lord of D, but this was only helpful if—
The search network, the search network to put cards into your card economy. I see how it is.
They had both the Flute of Summoning Dragon and one or more dragon monsters to summon with it already in their hand. Another big way this format differed from the last was in the availability of staple cards. Most of the good stuff released before Metal Raiders was included in one of the two structure decks, the only exceptions being Raigeki and Pot of Greed. Both of these cards were also pretty affordable, especially when compared to Mirror Force and Magic Jammer, which demanded a much heftier price. Other cards like Heavy Storm and Seven Tools were also somewhat pricey, so this time around, many of the format's best cards didn't see as much play as they otherwise would have, solely due to how expensive they were on the secondary market. And as bad as this may have seemed at the time, this problem was about to get a lot worse. In the months following the release of Metal Raiders, Yu-Gi-Oh's competitive scene began to pick up steam. There were no high-profile tournaments to speak of.
Where is this from?
Yet, but sanctioned events were hosted locally and regularly at game stores all over the world. Perhaps to incentivize players to attend these events, licensed tournament stores were given tournament packs, unique boosters that could only be obtained by participating in an official tournament. The first tournament pack—
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Because they freaking released, what is it, Mechanical Chaser in a freaking tournament pack? And that was all of a sudden the best freaking vanilla in the game, and it was behind this huge paywall of a tournament pack. That's so bad.
Entered circulation on September 1st, and it introduced 30 new cards to the game. Most of these new cards weren't any good. As a matter of fact, all of them were pretty awful, except for one.
It's so funny that everything sucked except for the ultra rare.
Meet Mechanical Chaser.
If you played Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, you understand Mechanical Chaser's legacy.
1850. The one card to beat Lejin.
Once again, y'all are capping if you say you remember this mattering. Because at the time Tournament Pack 1 released, what was that, 2003? Brother in Christ, you did not own a Mechanical Chaser. None of you on the playground owned the Mechanical Chaser. We didn't know what a tournament pack was. We did not know that. I found out like years later what a tournament pack was.
50 points.
And for the longest time, that mattered a lot.
Up until this point, the player base may have taken for granted how accessible the game's best monsters had been. 7-colored fish and Lejin were anything but expensive, even though the metagame had practically been constructed around them. Of course, this was only true because they were easy to get a hold of, and Mechanical Chaser quickly proved that.
But the thing is, no one could really get their hands on this card because it was a tournament pack card.
Tournament packs only came with 3
Okay, House of Champs actually might know. They might actually know, because I think John might have played.
Cards per pack instead of the usual 9, and they were also less likely to contain foil cards. To put
Tournament packs were so shit, dude. Like, I don't know about Tournament Pack 1, but I remember some of the later tournament packs. Tournament packs were so bad. They were so bad. Who thought that it would be a good idea to just put a whole bunch of shit into the tournament pack?
things into perspective.
Was Chaser a rare?
Axe Raider is a card that would have been outdated by the time the first starter decks came out, but because of how rare it was more expensive than many of the best cards in the game.
Axe Raider was a really expensive card when it first came out.
Mechanical Chaser, on the other hand, was actually really good, and it was even more rare than Axe Raider was.
$200.
As minor as the attack difference may seem, Mech Chaser was essentially a better version of a card that had been the bread and butter of competitive play all the way up until its release. It was bound to have a noticeable effect on the game. However, seeing as each copy of the card...
If you think about it from today's standpoint, right? You think about it from today's standpoint, it's like, this released, the card was $200, and it was the strictly best normal summon in the game, which apparently mattered. I mean, it did matter. So, like, you had to spend, if you wanted to play the best deck possible, just because they released a stupid tournament pack, you had to spend $600 at the time. Which is, I mean, that's like a whole Kashtira deck, dude. That's an entire Kashtira deck. And we're not even like, I'm not even going to be nudging at you and be like, actually, $600 in 2002 is like a bajillion dollars today because of inflation. Like, actually, just $600 is like, you know...
was worth $200. It was pretty rare to run into somebody who played one, much less three of it in their deck. The advantage that these few players had over the rest of the player base was pretty substantial, though.
It was just a landslide. So I have this guy from my locals named Kyle Miller, and he got a hold of 3 Mechanical Chasers. Kyle started to go over to these 50, 60-man tournaments, taking down like every single one, winning full boxes, and Billy only remembers the frustration of running into Mech Chaser time and time again, and it just being this money wall.
Okay, Magic Ruler. What is that? Delinquent Duo? Or is that Labyrinth of Nightmare? It's definitely MST.
2 weeks after the release of the first tournament pack, Magic Ruler made its way on
Oh, it's even 2002, not even 2003 tournament pack.
Or shelves. While Metal Raiders did much to expand the game's pool of viable trap
Lots of
cards,
jump scares
as its name
incoming?
implies,
Oh,
this set was heavily focused on magic cards.
Oh yeah, Duo, Snatch, MST, oh, Confiscation and Sentry. Oh, they were all in the same set, right? Oh god, who thought this was a good idea? Who thought that was a good idea?
A magic-themed booster set may have seemed like a bad idea at the time, since...
Bro, there was some thief designing Magic Ruler. They were like, wouldn't it be cool if you could steal all your opponent's cards? And they proceeded to make Snatch, Steal, Confiscation, Forceful Sentry, and Delinquent Duo. Bro! Check their criminal record before hiring, Konami, please.
For it to be any good, it would have
They
to
must
include
have been
at least
a
few magic
freaking
cards
criminal
as strong as the
before
Power
that.
5. Against all odds, Magic Ruler actually pulled this off by introducing 5 power play magic cards of its own. The 3 most famous cards in the set, Confiscation, Delinquent Duo, and the Forceful Sentry, all allowed the player to remove cards from their opponent's hand. Delinquent Duo was technically the best, since it discarded 2 cards at the same time.
Delinquent Duo, I don't know who in testing thought that card was okay.
Like, Delinquent Duo was such a degenerate card. Rather than just playing your own game, you're just not letting your opponent play at all. They have to lose 2 cards right away, so your starting hand is now 3 cards.
But the others had the advantage of...
It's funny because I genuinely think that out of these 3, Delinquent Duo today is the worst one out of these. And I will die on that hill. it's still busted. Everyone would still side deck this card for when they go first. But the fact that you can look at your opponent's hand with the other two and take away the best card is better than Delinquent Duo. It's better. Both of these are better than Delinquent Duo. Not even close. Not even close. It's just like card selection is better than raw card advantage today. This is why Pot of Prosperity so often sees play over Pot of Extravagance, for example, in like Labyrinth. They still choose to play Prosperity because picking the right cards is worth more than just drawing one extra card. Right? Like, these two cards are so busted. Like, I'm not saying Delinquent Duo isn't busted. Don't get me wrong. The card is busted. But these other two are better.
Letting the player choose which card they wanted to get rid of.
I'm just gonna look at your hand and get rid of your card.
Confiscation, even though it only rips one, the hand knowledge that you get from your opponent is almost better than ripping out a card with Delinquent Duo. So like that's a debate that's been going on forever.
At this point, life points is starting to matter less and less, and people are realizing that, hey, control is probably the way to go. As long as you have at least one life point left, you don't lose. And that's like what Magic Ruler really pushed for, like confiscation. A lot of these cards, they have life point cost.
Painful Choice was a few years ahead of its time, but it
Bro, Magic Ruler is just 2002's Magnificent Mavens. If you really think about it.
was by no means bad because of this. It could turn itself into any one of the 5 best cards left in the player's deck, and with the help of already popular cards like Monster Reborn and Magician of Faith, it could give them access to 2 or even 3 of the 5 cards.
If you have 5 ideal targets to put into your hand, you can just put out all 5.
Painful choice really doesn't take its own towards chaos, I want to say, but right now people are trying to figure out, can I use it with Magician of Faith and make it worth it?
Finally, there was Snatch Steal. Unlike most equipped cards, Snatch Steal didn't do anything to beef up the monsters of the person playing it. It was actually meant to be equipped to an opponent's monster, at which point control of the equipped
like
monster would change.
Fine.
Though Snatch Steal
is like almost fine, but if you look at it in the context of these 5 cards, I actually don't know exactly why they unbanned Snatch Steal, right? They unbanned Snatch Steal in like 2018, I want to say, maybe 17. I don't actually remember the exact year. And I felt like 2015. Okay, it's longer ago than I thought. I feel like these days Snatch Steal is probably fine. I feel like Snatch Steal is probably fine. Searchable with Hidden Armory. That's not a reason, bro. If I'm not trying to normal summon, I can just Lava Golem you, and that's better these days. Like, come on. I don't know.
Was certainly the best equipped card in the set. It wasn't the only good one. Magic Ruler included a handful of others, and among them the best was Axe of Despair. Simply put, this was as good as it got in terms of cards that boosted attack points, and unlike Stimpack, it didn't have any glaring drawbacks. This set's contributions extend beyond the individual cards it added, as it also introduced 3 new kinds of Magic cards to the game.
Right, that didn't exist before Magic Ruler, yeah.
Cards are a sort of hybrid between trap cards and traditional Magic cards. They can be activated.
Look, there's my favorite symbol in the
like
middle of the
regular
screen.
Magic cards, but if they are set face down, then they can be activated during either player's
Chat,
turn,
it's
just
our
like trap
favorite
cards
symbol.
Can. Magic Ruler included 4 of these, but only 2 saw any actual success. Rush Recklessly was like Reinforcements, but better in every way. It didn't need to be set before being used, and it also offered a bigger attack boost. It wasn't as strong as Axe of Despair, but it was far more versatile, and it wasn't really susceptible to being destroyed the same way equipped cards were. This was also fairly important following the release of Magic Ruler, since the set also featured Mystical Space Typhoon, a new way for players to remove threats in the back row. While the card lacked the overwhelming power of Heavy Storm, like Fissure, it was a much-needed alternative to a mass removal card that many players ran as many copies of as they could.
Spell and Trap Destruction back in the old days of Yugioh, they viewed it as like, wow, this card is really powerful.
Continuous cards are exactly what they sound like.
If I could go back in time and prevent one thing from happening, Besides all, there's obviously more important things than this one, but in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh, just want to make sure that I'm clarifying that. That's not my number one priority in like the history of everything. Just want to make sure you understand that. But like in the context of Yu-Gi-Oh history, I feel like finding the person that created that symbol and just like telling them not to in a nice way, and then if they listen, that's fine. If they don't listen, then in a not so nice way, you know, like just like don't do this. I think that's what I would do.
They stay on the field after being activated until they're destroyed. There were also 4 of these in Magic Ruler, and while none of them were good enough to be staples, 3 of them formed the backbone of the first popular burn deck. The goal of a burn deck is to kill the other player through effect damage. This was possible before the release of Magic Ruler thanks to cards like Just Desserts, but it was nowhere near as practical as it became with the help of many newly released cards. Depending on what the other person was playing, Messenger of Peace had the potential to be a strictly more powerful version.
Messenger of Peace still sees play today, chat. Would you believe me if I said that? For some reason. Find the guy who invented infinity. Exactly.
Of sorts of revealing light. Though it couldn't stop the other player from attacking with weaker monsters like Sengen, it was perfectly capable of keeping the game's most powerful monsters at bay, and this was important as it meant that anyone who played it had significantly more time to accrue resources that they could use to burn through their opponent's life points. Cards like Ukazi and Just Desserts were obviously effective enough at this, but they couldn't hold a candle to Toll and Chain Energy.
So for those of you that don't know, for Chain Energy, either player now, no matter what they want to play, is going to have to pay 1,000 life points to normal summon, special summon, set, or activate cards from his or her respective hand. Oh, God. Oh boy, our opponent drew Toll. So each player is going to have to pay 500 life points to advance on that game state. What a combo. Enjoy only playing 5 cards, by the way. This is really edgy game state. Like, holy shit. This might go to deck out.
The set's most interesting additions to the card pool were ritual cards. Ritual monsters were a brand new kind of monster that could not be normal summoned and instead had to be special summoned through the use of ritual magic cards.
I feel like they could have realized at that point that the continuous symbol was a problem. I don't know why it took people so long to realize. I feel like that's quite obvious looking back, you know, like.
While this was cool in theory, in practice the ritual summoning mechanic was deeply flawed. Most of them had no effect, and to summon them a player needed a lot of resources readily available.
Like, rituals, just mechanically, and this is like before we got a lot of the stuff we have now, but like, it's a 3-card investment. Well, technically 2, because you keep the ritual monster, but you need to specifically have your ritual monster, your ritual spell, and then a monster to use.
Yeah, they use Hungry Burger as an example for a bad deck, but little do they know this deck about to pop off in a couple of months.
Use as tribute for
not really
the ritual spell. So you use the ritual spell on the monsters, you neg 2 to summon the monster.
This created numerous issues with consistency, as oftentimes a player would have one or the other but not both. Then, on top of that, the player needed to tribute other monsters as part of the process, all to summon a card that offered nothing but an okay stat line.
And it's like, this is all you're getting for your cards? It was just, yeah.
The only exception was Relinquished, who actually had an
Relinquished is one of my favorite cards.
Extraordinarily powerful effect. It was also by a wide margin the lowest level ritual monster in the game, which also meant that it was the easiest to summon. These things weren't enough to completely make up for the previously mentioned issues with ritual summoning, but it brought enough to—
This might be my favorite Duel Monsters era card. Now that I'm thinking about it. Alongside, like, Monster. Spell card, my favorite spell card from that period of time, like, Duel Monsters, is Enemy Controller. But I think my favorite monster from Duel Monsters is Relinquished. I can't think of anything else that I find cooler than Relinquished, I think. Jinzo is Pog. Jinzo is a respectable answer, but I don't think Jinzo beats it for me. Book of Moon is also a good answer for a spell card, but I still prefer Enemy Controller.
To the table that it was occasionally played.
Trap card? Trap card from Duel Monsters. It's probably Mirror Force or Torrential. Probably Mirror Force or Torrential from Duel Monsters. Yeah. Solemn Judgment is also very iconic. Trap, I have a harder time deciding, I think. For traps, I have a harder time deciding. But for monsters, I'm pretty sure it's relinquished.
Only in decks built.
D-Mock is close, though. I just remembered D-Mock. D-Mock is also close. D-Mock is thick. Ooh, it's close.
Specifically to take advantage of it, however. Speaking of monsters, despite the set's theme, there were actually more monsters than Magic cards in it, but only a handful of them made their way into the metagame. Many of the monsters in the set followed in the footsteps of Sengen and Witch by offering players resources upon being sent to the graveyard. There were 6 different monsters that could all, upon being destroyed by battle, summon
every single one of them based, except for Mystic Tomato, which is hella ugly because we never got the Lost Art. All the other ones are based.
Any monster of a specific attribute straight from the deck, as long as the monster had 1500 or less attack. Theoretically, this was even better than what Sengen or Witch
I lied. I like Mystic Tomato too. I just think it's whack that we never got the alt art
offered, since these effects summoned their targets instead of just adding them to the hand, but the many stipulations attached to the process kept most of these cards out of the competitive discourse. Mystic Tomato stood out from the rest, however, and almost immediately saw moderate success, since its ability to summon dark monsters made it a direct pipeline to many of a player's most powerful tools. Nimble Momonga and Giant Germ did something similar, but
we do not talk about Nimble Momonga, chat. We do not talk about Nimble Momonga.
Were at least initially not quite as popular. Unlike the elemental recruiters, these cards only let players summon extra copies of themselves instead of picking whatever card they wanted, but in exchange, the player was allowed to summon up to 2 monsters at once instead of just 1. Since Momonga summoned itself in defense position and also caused a bigger net swing in life points upon being destroyed, it was more popular than Giant Germ.
I will say, once again, do with that information whatever you want. If you have a Ninja Shadow Mosquito and a Giant Germ on the field, that is game if your opponent has a monster with 2700 or more attack. Free info.
But both were mostly ignored in favor of Mystic Tomato for quite some time. Momonga was certainly present in the metagame following Magic Ruler's release, but it wouldn't truly catch on until much, much later.
I love Nimble Momonga. I played it automatically at this point, actually.
Stop.
Like, I caught on to it somewhat early.
One thing people don't like is that you could draw 2. This is one of the first cards people start this guy. Well, you don't want to draw 2 of these.
None of these monsters could compare to Cyberjar, though. Upon being flipped face up, it could wipe out an entire board and then give both players 5 cards split between their hand and field.
Cyberjar is freaking crazy.
I love the card, but it was really a double-edged sword.
I don't love Cyberjar. Cyberjar is a menace. Like, nah, Cyberjar is not based. That card is crazy.
Like giving your opponent 5 cards, giving yourself 5 cards, blowing up the entire field.
Cyberjar to me is such a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like, it is one of the most...
Not wrong. I mean, not a wrong statement. It is a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
High variance, ridiculous effects I have ever seen in my life. Like, it's just like, there's no other way to put it. This card could not exist in any other card game.
On October 1st, 2 weeks after the release of Magic Ruler, the Forbidden Unlimited list received another update, which limited Cyberjar, all of the hand control cards, Painful Choice, Snatch Steal, and a 7th card named Upstart Goblin that had yet to receive much attention. The player base wasn't given any time to adapt to these changes before the next major shift in the meta, however, as this ban list update happened on the same day as the release of the second tournament pack.
What is the... Oh, okay. I was about to ask, what's the tournament pack 2 ultra rare, but I already see his freaking... That smile. That damn smile, dude. God damn, why'd you hit me with that smile right off the bat? God damn, dude. It's Morbin time.
Morphing Jar is such a good card.
Morphing Jar was really the only good card in the pack, and like Mechanical Chaser before it, it was an ultra rare. Whether
Level 2.
It was better than Mechanical Chaser or not in the short term is up for debate, but it was certainly very powerful. Even though it couldn't nuke the board or special summon monsters like Cyberjar could, using it was generally a lot less risky since Cyberjar often left the other player with a lot more to work with. At this point, it was actually the only card in the game that could simultaneously leave the other player with less cards than they started with, while leaving the person playing it with more cards than they started with.
In terms of like swings of card advantage, Morphing Jar is definitely up there. I think one of the things I like the most about Morphing Jar was when it comes to the more psychological aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! And bluffing, you could just set like, let's say a Man-Eater bug and just set like your whole hand of what's actually settable, and your opponent is going to 90% of the time think you have Morphing Jar and play like you have Morphing Jar, and that way you can basically control what your opponent does.
If you set everything now, it doesn't signal just like I have the thing to negate Storm. Now it also can signal I have Morphing Jar.
You know, other cards don't necessarily create a dynamic like that a lot of the time. A lot of cards, you know, they get played and they do what they're supposed to do. A card like Morphing Jar that does more than what it just says on the card.
That's what I meant when I talked about Heavy Storm, Torrential, Mirror Force earlier. And Morphing Jar is kind of similar to that.
I think always just sets a very interesting precedent for how the game progresses later on.
Like Mechanical Chaser, this card probably would have been a staple if it was more accessible, but because of how expensive it was just too difficult for the average player to get a hold of, for it to have even a...
You know what the funniest thing is? I think they released Morphing Jar as an ultra rare in a tournament pack, and this might actually be wrong now, what I'm saying, but I think it's correct. I think the first reprint of Morphing Jar, after it was way too expensive as a tournament pack card, I think its first reprint was in another tournament pack. I think, right? There's like a super rare tournament pack, Morphing Jar. This is so dumb. They're like, hey, we heard you really like that Morphing Jar card, but it's a little too expensive because it's in the tournament pack as an ultra rare, so we're just gonna make it a tournament pack super rare. It was, at some point, it became a champion pack rare, but that was way later. That was after tournament packs had already finished. That was when champion packs started. Then there was a rare Morphing Jar.
Somewhat widespread presence in the early metagame.
I traded like almost this whole binder for a Morphing Jar back then.
Base set too. Base set.
The next core booster set, Pharaoh Servant, hit the scene only 2 weeks after the second tournament pack.
Bro, we're still in 2002? There's no way we're finishing the entire video today, chat. We can't do that. We can't do that. We don't have anything else to do if we do that.
Being as the last booster set was only a month old at this point, the metagame was still in the process of developing around all the new cards it added. Beatdown continued to dominate in the post-Magic Ruler meta, but lately its competition had been a lot more varied. Clown Control and Dragon Rush managed to stick around, and they'd been joined by Burn, Relinquished, and Hand Control decks. Barely anyone was sure what the best version of each deck was at the time of Pharaoh Servant's release, however, and it provided all of them with even more tools to experiment with. Most of the good stuff in this set came from its pool of magic and trap cards, but that isn't to say it didn't have any good monsters. Goblin Attack Force took the idea at the core of cards like Dark.
Okay, I know what we do. We split it into two parts. We watch the second part tomorrow. Because I said earlier we were still gonna do some TCG, and I do wanna do that so that the people that are sticking around are not disappointed. Fuck TCG. No, we're gonna watch half of it and then the other half tomorrow. Okay.
Elf to a brand new extreme by being a level 4
because I am very much enjoying it, but I did say earlier that I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
100 attack points. At this point, its value was debatable because Dark Elf could still deal with anything that this thing was meant to deal with, except for another newcomer from Pharaoh Servant named the Fiend Mega Cyber. This card was notable for being one of the first monsters in the game that could essentially special summon itself for free.
Monsters started to see a bit of shifting as well. You got stuff
when is
like
Deck Doctor stream? Deck Doctor stream most likely next Monday. We already have a bunch of submissions, but if you want to, you can still submit in the Discord. And I will also post the link so that everyone can see it, because right now only subs can see it in the Discord. But Deck Doctor is next Monday.
Attack Force. Like, monsters were getting stronger and easier to summon.
Neither card attained staple status, but both of them fit like a glove in particularly aggressive builds of the beatdown strategy. Even outside of these decks, Goblin Attack Force specifically was
Any plans for the Duelist Cup in Master Duel? Not really. It doesn't qualify you for Worlds, so I'm not that interested. The only plan I have for Worlds in the upcoming days or weeks is I do want to make it to Diamond 1. I think currently we're on Diamond 2, so we do need to do at least one more sitting/stream to get to Diamond 1. That's what I want to do. Do you accept Master Duelists for Deck Doctor? Currently not. We might do a Master Duel Deck Doctor at some point in the future. We definitely will, but this one is for TCG. How can I see the channel as a sub? If you're subbed on Twitch, all you have to do is connect your Discord to your Twitch. But now let's keep watching.
Was fairly popular due to its sheer attack power.
You don't really need to attack with Goblin Attack Force. You can always sit on it like a very aggressive wall of some sort.
This set also introduced a new member of the Jar series of flip monsters. Like Morphing Jar and Cyber Jar before it, Morphing Jar 2 was a complete blowout whenever its effect resolved. Its power ceiling wasn't quite as outrageous as its predecessors, but unlike both of them, it could effectively end the battle phase since it got rid of all attack position monsters on the field, and all the monsters that replaced them had to be set face down.
Morphing Jar 2 was the most annoying card combined with Morphing Jar 1. The thing is, Morphing Jar 2 could summon out just more Morphing Jar 2 over and over and over again to mill out someone's entire deck.
Yeah, LOD, okay.
By this point, a lot of players had cut many of the low-level monsters that dominated the early game in favor of newer alternatives, but there still weren't any alternatives to the best of the original high-level monsters. This would change following the release of Pharaoh's Servant.
I summon the mighty Yugioh!
This card's badass.
Jinzo almost immediately
this
replaced Summon Skull
card.
as the best boss monster in the game. While its attack stat wasn't quite as high, this was hardly a problem thanks to its powerful effect.
Yugioh is gifted with incredible scanning abilities!
Trap Hole, Wabaku, and Mirror Force had always been pretty annoying pieces of disruption that made it really difficult to reliably tribute summon a monster.
Like, when you summoned him, it felt bad because it gets Trap Hole.
Or do anything with a tribute summon monster once it was already on the field. Jinzo didn't care about any of these cards.
the
None of them
volume
could do
mix is
anything
not
to
the
him,
best.
or even be used at all while he was on the field. This made choosing to summon him a lot safer than doing the same with other high-level monsters, which many players agreed was much more valuable than a
What was his
100x.
name in the OCG again? Oh, we knew that at some point. Wasn't it just Cyborg or something?
For attack points.
Just off the top of my head, Jinzo was probably the most impactful card in that set at the time, just because it really changed the dynamic with trap cards
Android
and with cards
Psycho
like
Shocker,
Mirror
that's what it was.
Force.
Psycho
Yes, it was
Shocker,
100
not
attack
Cyborg.
less than a Summon Skull, but like, I mean, the payoff of not having to worry about anything in your opponent's back row, like, that was just monumental.
Nah, don't tell me about this card. Skip it, just skip it. You don't need to tell me about
this
it.
This card cancels out all your magic cards.
Pharaoh's Servant also introduced the ultimate foil to Jinzo, a continuous trap card named Imperial Order. This was, without question, the single best trap card released up to this point, even eclipsing Mirror Force in terms of potential impact.
Order was frustrating all the way through Chaos, man. Your power cards are so many spells.
Magic cards were still the strongest type of card in the game, just like they always had been, so the ability to deny another player access to them altogether was obviously very useful. Since it was a trap card, Order could also be activated in response to magic cards, allowing it to act as a sort of pseudo-magic jammer. Its optional maintenance cost also meant that, on top of everything else, the person playing it could get rid of it whenever they felt like it by simply choosing not to pay for it.
Surely, if you make it not optional, maybe the card is fine then? What do you think, chat? What if you remove the optional maintenance cost from Imperial Order? Probably fine then, right?
Order, like right now, of course, we got the errated one where you can't turn it off manually. But back then, it was just a free spell negation. You had like Solemn Judgment, Magic Jammer, but Imperial Order was like, you just activate this card, you just got a free negation and you don't keep it.
Yeah, like you could choose when to turn it off, and that's what made it so powerful. The fact that now you can't is, I honestly think they should have made it that way in the first place because it would have been a stronger balancing mechanism. Even to this day, Imperial Order is still played because spell cards are one of, if not like just the most powerful card type because of just how much they allow you to do. And Imperial Order being just one of the biggest roadblocks in wanting to play spell cards, it's It's legendary.
Jinzo was one of the only ways to deal with this card, since Order negated most of the back row removal that existed at this point. As a matter of fact, perhaps as a direct response to Imperial Order, Pharaoh Servant introduced players to Dust Tornado.
Yeah.
This was essentially Mystical Space Typhoon in the form of a trap card, which under most circumstances would have made it strictly worse. But the presence of Imperial Order in the metagame made this card a necessity, since it was, aside from Jinzo, one of the only reliable ways to remove the card from the field.
I love when the video gets silent and you already know there's about to be a banger intro for some new cards, you know what I mean?
Call of the Haunted was another trap card alternative to a popular Magic card, in this case Monster Reborn. Just like Dust Tornado, it was for the most part worse than its Magic card counterpart, but for different reasons. Mystical Space Typhoon was a quick play Magic card, so it could already be used during either player's turn. This meant that Dust Tornado didn't really benefit from being a trap card, aside from its utility as a way to destroy Imperial Order. Monster Reborn, on the other hand, was a regular Magic card, and thus could only be activated during the main phase of the turn of its owner. This meant that Call of the Haunted could actually be used in a few interesting ways that Monster Reborn couldn't.
But they Call the Haunted was also really cool too, because it started changing the game and how people had to think, because it, like, if your opponent had a set card and they were attacking you with their monsters, if there was a monster in the grave they could resurrect and kill you for game, you could lose if that set card was Call of the Haunted, because you could use it like offensively like that, or you could use it defensively to protect yourself from dying, and I think that was pretty cool.
Perhaps in order to compensate for all this added utility, the card was given numerous drawbacks. It could only summon monsters from its owner's graveyard, the monster it summoned had to be in attack position, and if it left the field for any reason, the monster it summoned would be destroyed. These came on top of the fact.
Surely the German translation of call will make sense? Wait, what do you mean? It does make sense, doesn't it? No, the German name is literally Call of the Haunted, right? Wait, no, actually, no, it doesn't. It's Call of the Hunted. Yeah, you're right. Oh, it's not called... They messed up. I never thought of it like that. It makes zero sense. The German name of Call of the Haunted makes no sense. Oh. Oh my god, something inside of me just died. This is the German name of Call of the Haunted. This is the German name of Call of the Haunted. Call of the Hunted. I found this out today. I never realized that. I never realized that. Someone responsible for translating the cards had a major slip up there. I never realized that. Oh god. We're just gonna forget that. We're just gonna forget that fact.
That it couldn't be used immediately like Monster Reborn could, being a trap card and all, so even considering all of its unique benefits, it was a pretty substantial downgrade. That said, Monster Reborn's effect was still really powerful, and the card was also limited, so to most players, Call of the Haunted was a welcome addition to the card pool. Strangely, the set featured a second alternative to Monster Reborn as well, except this one was also a Magic card.
In Italian, it's called Call of the Possessed. What was the issue with Call of the Haunted? Why was no one able to translate it correctly?
Premature Burial carried with it all of the same stipulations as Call of the Haunted did, with the only exception, of course, being that it didn't have to be set for a turn before being used. Now, in exchange, it was given an additional life point cost.
Am I the only one who never realized
just
that
like with Call of the
on Premature Burial, it's actually a cross? I always thought it was an X. I always thought it was an X. I never realized this thing. Oh, is that because it is like that? Hold up. Okay, maybe I'm remembering this one right. No, wait, wait, we don't even have a cross at all. Okay, we have a circle. Oh. We have a circle on premature. Yeah. Okay.
Haunted, none of this was enough to dissuade players from using it. Monster Reborn's effect was, again, really, really good, and there were plenty of people who were more than willing to make these kinds of concessions if it meant that they could essentially run extra copies of it in their deck. The only other Magic card in the set whose immediate impact was comparable to Premature Burials was Nobleman of Crossout. This card brought an idea to the forefront of competitive play that had already been introduced but had yet to truly catch on.
It removed from play.
Instead of simply sending certain cards to the graveyard, some cards forced others to be removed from the game entirely, and this was the first high-profile card designed to do that. While this alone would have been enough to set the card apart from other one-for-one removal cards like Fissure and Mystical Space Typhoon, it took things a step further by removing from play all copies of its target from both players' decks. This card was extremely useful given the growing power and popularity of flip monsters, and was one of the only ways aside from Raigeki and Darkhole to deal with them.
Yeah, I Crossout definitely changed the dynamic of like flip effect monsters, which, as we said, there's, you know, Cyber Jar, there's Man-Eater Bug, Morphing Jar came out around this time, and for pretty much all future flip effect monsters too, and being able to just deal with set monsters, it doesn't even have to be flip effect monsters, just anything your opponent sets, the fact that you just have a single piece of removal just to deal with it.
These 6 cards composed the set's lineup of new competitive staples, but of course they were far from the only new cards
very
to see
good
meta
set.
success.
I feel like also, besides Imperial Order, all of these cards are kind of pretty well designed. I mean, Premature is pretty busted, but like, you compare that to the Magic Ruler / Spell Ruler cards, I feel like they got rid of the criminal in their card design team.
Magic Drain and Mirror Wall were decent and cheap alternatives to Magic Jammer and Mirror Force respectively. Magic Drain allowed players to ignore Magic Jammer's discard cost, and Mirror Wall had the benefit of not being on the limited list. Ceasefire was a borderline staple card that, while certainly popular, was almost exclusively played in the side deck. It made dealing with flip monsters a lot easier, and it also provided a power boost to burn decks. As a matter of fact,
also maybe just me, but Ceasefire back in the day had one of the most iconic holo effects because of this light ray here. I do remember distinctly like the ultra rare of this card looking very iconic because of that. Yeah.
This set did quite a bit to power up both burn and hand control. Skull Invitation, Burning Land, Minor Goblin Official, Attack and Receive, and Type 0 Magic Crusher all had burn effects, and Gravity Bind, like Messenger of Peace, could be used to keep the player safe from potential attacks. These were by no means game-defining or even definitive for burn decks, but they all saw at least minor experimentation. Hand control, meanwhile, was given Time Seal and Light Force Sword, 2 cards that helped slowly but surely whittle down the resources in another player's hand. The set also featured limiter removal, which was most useful to players who already had 2 of the most expensive cards in the game, Jinzo and Mechanical Chaser. This card was one of the first enablers of a reliable one-turn kill, and was really effective because it was often used in conjunction with Jinzo. The ban list in December put many of these powerful cards in check, and even changed the placements of some previously released cards like Witch of the Black Forest. Surprisingly though, given how quickly Pharaoh's Servant had come out following Magic Ruler, the next major shift in the metagame wouldn't happen until March of the following year, when the game would take its furthest leap forward and power yet. On March 1st, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players saw the release of 2 new booster packs, Labyrinth of Nightmare and the much less impactful Tournament Pack 3. At first glance, Tournament Pack 3 may seem like a big deal, since Mechanical Chaser was reprinted in it as a far more accessible super rare, but it just so
they did the same thing to Chaser that they did to Morphing Jar. That's crazy.
Happened that Labyrinth of Nightmare made the card irrelevant with not just
Gemini
one,
Elves.
but 2 new monsters.
Oh, Bazoo is such a cool card. Oh, Bazoo might rival Relinquished. No, it's not cooler than Relinquished, but it's a sick. Bazoo is a sick card. Oh god. Oh, I love Bazoo.
Gemini Elf was a strict upgrade in terms of attack points, and so it became the new face of powerful level 4 monsters.
Gemini Elf, like, you know, we have Mechanical Chaser beat now, hooray!
The other card, Bazoo the Soul Eater, was a bit more interesting. Bazoo's effect let a player remove up to 3 cards in their graveyard from play, and its attack would go up by 300 points for each. The card was supposed to specify monsters in its effect, but due to a translation error, any cards in the player's graveyard could be used. This made it very easy to crank Bazoo up to 2,500 attack points, and if the player was low low on resources, it
Rank
could
it up.
still at the very least trade blows with a Gemini Elf. Interestingly enough, this set also included a hard counter to Bazoo, Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer. Kaiku wasn't as powerful as Gemini Elf or even Mechanical Chaser, but it was one of the first monsters in the game to have both a high stat value and a powerful.
You can't tell me that the person that wrote Avatar: The Last Airbender did not have a trauma from Kaiku when they wrote Zuko. You can't tell me that.
Effect.
Gemini Elf was like Super Saiyan 2. Everyone can be Super Saiyan now, so all the 1800 beat sticks, they all can gain decent effects now. You got stuff like Kaiku, where it just prevents the graveyard from being manipulated.
Kaiku is a very interesting card because this was like
Look at it,
Jin
it's Zuko.
power creeped like to infinity, you know?
Kaiku could not only get rid of resources from another player's graveyard, but it also had an effect that prevented the opponent from removing cards in the graveyard from play, which by extension could stop Bazoo from increasing its attack points in the first place. Speaking of Bazoo, Kaiku also benefited from a similar translation error.
At first, they're mistranslated, and you can remove any card for these cards. So Kaiku could remove any 2 from the graveyard, Bazoo could remove any 3, and the trap card, most importantly called Skull Layer, could remove any cards from the graveyard to pop. So if you go read Skull Layer, it's along the same concept, and you remove from play any number, and instead of monster cards, it's cards. In your graveyard, destroy a face-up monster on the field whose level is equal to the number of cards. So for just 4 cards out of your graveyard, you can go pop any level 4 that's getting summoned.
Yeah,
One more monster of note was
Zombira
Zombira the Dark. In a vacuum, without taking card price and availability into consideration, this card may not seem very good. But Gemini Elf was a secret rare, making it very difficult for the average player to get their hands on 3 copies. Zombira, however, was a common, and despite his many restrictions, he could kill 1, potentially even 2 copies of Gemini Elf all by himself.
Oh, Mage Power. Torrential.
In addition to many high-attack monsters, this set included 2 extremely powerful equip cards. Mage Power and United We Stand both boosted the attack and defense of the equipped monster relative to the number of cards the player controlled. They allowed monsters to easily reach some pretty absurd attack values, and they even brought about another offshoot of the basic beatdown strategy focused on Maha Vilo, a monster that had been released all the way back in Magic Ruler. Many decks that didn't play Maha still ran both of these new cards as well, but they weren't staples the same way any of the 3 new monsters were.
Mage Power and United We Stand, like you said, it's like the first like genuinely good equip spells just because of like, it seems silly that these cards used to be good, but like if you go like summon monster set 4 Mage Power, that monster has like 2,500 extra attacks, so just the power scale of how big a monster could get would just be absurd.
Most of the new trap cards were either niche or subpar, but one was good enough to join the other staples like Imperial Order and Mirror Force. Torrential Tribute was like a combination of Trap Hole and Dark Hole, and because of its reactive nature, one could argue that it was even better than Dark Hole was.
But Torrential is probably the most impactful card long-term from this set.
Torrential Tribute,
everything
not even close.
A board wipe that you could flip on your opponent's turn. It wasn't even, they didn't even have to attack. It could just be on summon.
That card dominated the game for like 8 years.
To toggle it themselves.
People had to learn how to play around that card. Again, it kind of created the heavy storm dynamic where you had to be more conservative in thinking and respect your opponent's back row, because it's like, if they have Torrential, I might just lose the game. So a lot of the times you might see older Yu-Gi-Oh players not playing into it by overcommitting to their board and summoning a second monster. They might just poke with like whatever monster they have on the field, because if they have the possibility of not running into Torrential, they're not going.
I never thought about it like that. It felt like, I don't know, maybe like waves crashing down. I'm not sure.
And so that, again, it just taught players to be very conservative.
Jar of Greed and Magic Cylinder saw occasional play as well, but neither came close to offering the power of Torrential Tribute. What really pushed this month over the edge was the simultaneous release of Starter.
Oh yeah, it's a Torrential being tributed, of course.
Deck Joey and Starter Deck Pegasus on March 30th. Though many of the best cards in both decks were just reprints from older sets, they each included one of the best cards in the game.
What is that? Scapegoat in Joey? And what is Pegasus' new broken card? Graceful. Yeah.
Scapegoat and Graceful Charity were both better than any of the Magic cards in Labyrinth of Nightmare. While there was some debate about whether Scapegoat belonged in the main deck or the side deck, and some people opted not to play it at all, it certainly had a noteworthy metagame presence, probably enough to warrant being called a staple. Even though the tokens it generated couldn't really be used for anything, at least not yet, this kind of defensive power was almost unprecedented.
Not yet.
Unlike Swords of Revealing Light, this card didn't need to be activated preemptively and could be used to intercept incoming attacks, not to mention it also wasn't vulnerable to magic and trap card destruction. Now all that said, as you may expect, Graceful Charity was definitely the better card here. You would have been hard-pressed to find anyone who wasn't running it in their main deck, and it isn't very hard to see why.
Graceful Charity, this should have been banned before it even was legal, but...
You draw 3 and you discard 2.
It more or less did the same thing as Pot of Greed,
Did
and
read
while
the
it
card?
wasn't necessarily better, it also wasn't necessarily worse. It could be either or depending on the situation, and the discard cost, while usually a drawback, allowed...
I do think Pot of Greed, early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the better card. However, also, funnily enough, similar to Forceful Sentry and Delinquent Duo, I think today it would be the other way around 100%. I think Graceful Charity would be the better card. But early days when I think card advantage mattered more than card quality itself, I think Pot of Greed was the better card. For sure.
Players to do a lot of
until
things
they
that
were
Pot of Greed
banned. They
didn't.
were banned on the same ban list, I'm pretty sure, right? Like at some point after GOAT, like probably late 2005, early 2006. I'm pretty sure they were both banned on the same list.
You drew like Monster Reborn off Graceful Charity, but then you could like discard the Jinzo in your hand and Monster Reborn the Jinzo. Like that's so powerful. And just for simplified Yu-Gi-Oh back then, it was just taking the game to a completely another level.
And as if these cards hadn't already done enough for the game, just a little over a week later, Stairway to the Destined Duel shook things up again by introducing 2 more staples to the card pool. Each copy of the game included a promotional pack, and all of these packs contained the same 3 cards. One of them was nothing more than a collectible for fans of the anime, but the other 2 seemed like they were tailor-made for competitive play. Harpy's Feather Duster more or less speaks for itself. This was the Raigeki to Heavy Storm's Dark Hole, and was just as popular as you would expect. Sinister Serpent, on the other hand, was powerful in a way that wasn't quite as obvious. At first glance, it doesn't really appear to do anything, but as it turns out, there...
Did I ever tell you about the super rare Sinister Serpent I once bought for like $7 on Card Market? Did I ever tell you that story? No? Okay. Hold up. Okay. It's an important story. I need to tell you that story. Sinister Serpent. Okay, so this story goes back like I don't know, 10 years at this point, maybe 9 years or something. There is, and some of you might not know this, but there is a version of Sinister Serpent that from this game where it originally came out, it came out as a secret rare. But for some arbitrary reason, I don't know why, the Spanish copy of that game, this is why there's only Spanish copies here. The Spanish copy of the game had a super rare version of Sinister Serpent. And all the other cards in it too. There's a super rare Slate Warrior in there, and there's a super rare Harpy's Feather Duster in there. And when I built a GOAT deck for the first time in like 2013 or 2012, this was before the GOAT boom. This was before everyone played GOAT Control. I got into GOAT Control. I don't know exactly why I got into GOAT Control. I think some of my friends got into GOAT Control and I wanted to do it too. But it was before the GOAT hype. I got myself a GOAT Control deck, and I decided that I didn't like the secret rare version of the Sinister Serpent. I thought it was cool that there was a super rare version of it, and I didn't really like the secret rare foiling and the way that the secret rares were always, you know, you've ever seen a secret rare Sinister Serpent, it's always bent as hell. So I was like, I don't want that. I want one of these cool super rares. And I went on to Card Market and I bought one. And do you want to know how much I paid for my Sinister Serpent back then on Card Market? I paid €7. I paid €7 for the card. And there were multiple available. there were multiple copies of the Sinister Serpent available, and there was like another one for like $10, but I didn't get that one because it was too expensive. I also bought one of the Slate Warrior, which the Slate Warrior, I am like 99% sure that I still have the Slate Warrior. I actually think I can show you the Slate Warrior because I still have the Slate Warrior. Hold up. Yeah. I still have the Slate Warrior. I still have the super rare Slate Warrior from TFK. But the thing is, the Slate Warrior is not as crazy. I think you can filter it by Spanish. I think the Spanish one is also kind of expensive. I don't actually know. Oh, goddamn. Hey, that's still expensive. I paid 20 cents for this one. I paid 20 cents for this one. But the Spanish ones are still pretty expensive. I did eventually sell the Sinister Serpent for, I believe it was 800. But that was because it also got damaged during shipping. It had like one of those stamp marks when they stamp the letter way too hard. It had a stamp mark on it. And I still got like 700 or 800 for it. Which in hindsight, I still would have preferred if I kept it. Because like, I mean, turning $7 into 700 is still like insane, but I still would really like to have that card because it still looks really, really nice. But yeah, I did have a super rare Sinister Serpent at some point because I got into GOAT like earlier than most other people, and so I bought a lot of cards for very cheap. Some of it was stolen all as well at some point. Like I remember I had super rare Metamorphosis and super rare Magician of Faith, which were, once again, when I picked them up, not expensive. But parts of my GOAT deck was stolen, I think, at YCS Berlin in 2014, I want to say. So a lot of that is gone. But yeah, the Sinister Serpent, I did sell eventually. But okay. Off topic, sorry.
Were actually a lot of very easy and useful ways to take advantage of its effect.
You essentially created infinite discard fodder for you. So, just as an example, if you did decide to play cards like, let's say, Magic Jammer, or just any good discard card, Graceful Charity would probably be a better example here. Yeah, it's a card that you choose to play in your deck that you know technically doesn't do anything, but if you ever have it in tandem with these other cards that require you to discard, whether for cost or as part of the effect, you aren't losing any card advantage as a result of that. And the funny thing is, in a very simplified game state, you could effectively just keep setting Sinister Serpent over and over again, so you never technically lose a monster.
Thank you for the 2 months, Gonzalo. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
While you're drawing cards off the top of your deck each turn. So it was this really weird card, but it actually just made a tremendous impact on the game.
As usual, most of the best new cards made their way onto the limited list. Between the 2 updates released in April and May, 9 total changes were made. Graceful Charity was the only semi-limited card, while Magic Cylinder, Sinister Serpent, Harpy's Feather Duster, and the 2 new equips.
There's like... I can understand a lot of things, but semi-limiting Graceful Charity while simultaneously feeling like you have to limit United We Stand Mage Power Magic Cylinder, there's just something's off.
Spells were all limited. Sanguine and Heavy Storm made their way to the limited section as well. In Sanguine's case, because he, like Witch of the Black Forest, continued to get better every time new monsters were released.
They just they power crept themselves as more good stuff came out.
And in Heavy Storm's case, because Harpy's Feather Duster did the same thing it did. By this point, it was pretty clear that Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a much different game than it had been a year prior, but one thing hadn't changed, and that was that Beatdown was still the best deck around. Despite how many challenges challengers had attempted to take its place, this was still the most popular and most powerful deck in the game, just like it had been back in May of 2002. The deck was a sort of ship of Theseus, though. It's hard to say whether or not it was the same deck it used to be, since pretty much all of the original pieces had been swapped out for new ones. At this point, the deck was certainly more control-focused, especially when compared to truly dedicated versions of the beatdown strategy, but it still aimed to do the same thing: overwhelm the opponent with powerful monsters while using other tools like magic cards, trap cards, and effect monsters to control the game.
This looks like such a pile. Is that even 40 card? 3, 6, 11? No, that's not even 40 cards.
It's also worth pointing out that even with Mechanical Chaser out of the picture, there were still plenty of expensive staple cards that a lot of players either...
It bothers me, once again, I'm probably the only one, but it bothers me that when they're talking about the history of the game, they're using like new pictures of the cards. Like, why are you showing me a Battle Pack Sinister Serpent right now? That makes no sense.
Couldn't or didn't feel like paying for.
Give me
this
the nostalgia. I
affected
demand the
deck building, since
nostalgia
it forced
cards.
people to
Why is
find
there a new
alternatives to
Mystic
anything
Tomato
they
from
didn't
some
have,
legendary
which allowed
collection?
a lot of cards to
What do you
continue
mean?
seeing play that otherwise wouldn't have. Speaking purely in terms of optimization, though, there really was no reason to play most of the stuff that had defined the early game, and surprisingly, the same was soon to be true of the beatdown deck itself. One of the deck's oldest rivals, Hand Control, was about to be powered up substantially by the release of Legacy of Darkness in June and Pharaonic Guardian.
What is in here for Hand Control? Okay, PGD has Trap Dust Shoot.
In July. These two sets changed the game in plenty of ways, and one of the most notable ways they did is by getting Hand Control.
Okay, chat. After Legacy of Darkness and Pharaonic Guardian, we leave. We leave it.
I summoned the spirit monster known as Yugioh.
Spirit Reaper! Oh.
Legacy of Darkness had Yatagarasu and Drop-Off, and Pharaonic Guardian
Spirit
had
Reaper
Spirit
is also
Reaper
one of my
and
favorite
Donzalud.
cards.
What was perhaps the most surprising about these four cards is just how good they actually wound up being. None of them were all too different from White Magical Hat after all, and if that card hadn't pushed Hand Control over the edge, well, it was hard to see why these would. Donzalud in particular was almost identical, but despite this, he was
I'll keep it 100 with you. Donzalud is kind of whack. The idea behind Donzalud is pretty cool, but in practice, kind of always sucked. It's kind of a cool card, but it's not like Spirit Reaper is... Spirit Reaper hits just right.
Arguably the most important piece of support.
Look, the idea behind Donzalud is beautiful, but in practice, it's never as cool as you imagine it. You know what I mean? Like, it's never as cool as you imagine it.
The deck received in either set. There were a handful of different reasons for this, but more than anything else, the card owed a lot of its success to Mystic Tomato, which had an extremely strong metagame presence at the time. Tomato had always been fairly popular following its debut in Magic Ruler, but now that Sengen and Witch were both limited, it was seeing an unprecedented level of...
Thank you for the 5 months, Mama Hai. I want to try Plunder Runic. Probably at some point next week, we're gonna try it.
Representation.
I don't have an opinion on it.
The fact that everybody could only play
okay.
one Witch and one Sengen meant two things. First, that they showed up in the hand a lot less frequently, and second, that using one to search for the other was a much bigger commitment now that players had no extra copies to fall back on. Mystic Tomato did a lot to minimize both issues by providing consistent access to both monsters and letting players pick which one they wanted to summon based on what monsters they wanted to search for. Anyone who was already playing Mystic Tomato for this reason didn't have to go out of their way to include Donzalud in their deck, since he was also a dark monster with 1500 or less attack. This was one advantage he had over White Magical Hat, the other being his higher attack point score. One of Hat's most glaring weaknesses was the fact that it could be killed by pretty much any non-flip monster in the game. While Donzalud was no powerhouse, Sengen and Witch couldn't kill it, and it could at least trade with an attack position Mystic Tomato. Together.
And how does that turn out for you if you trade with an attack position Mystic Tomato with a Donzalud? How does that, like... How does that usually play out? I feel like
These
that's
two
not the
things
best
meant
case
that he was
scenario.
safer and more convenient to summon and easier to keep alive than Magical Hat was, which of course also meant that resolving his effect was a lot easier too. All of these things also applied to Spirit Reaper. While this monster couldn't attack over really any meta-relevant monsters, it made up for this by itself being immune to battle destruction. This protection gave the card added utility outside of its role in hand control decks, particularly as a stalling tool, and ironically made it an effective shield against other monsters with discard effects like its own.
Spirit Reaper was also another one that became a very popular card.
Don Zalug was really good.
Don Zalug was broken.
Even when they weren't actually able to resolve their effects, both monsters, Don Zalug in particular, were capable of applying a lot of pressure by simply being on the field. It wasn't uncommon for players to use cards like Raigeki and Mirror Force just to kill one, or to search for Gemini Elf with Witch for the same reason. Conversely, they also made a person's power cards more valuable, not just because they could be used to get rid of either monster, but also because it was easy for both Don Zalug and Spirit Reaper to take advantage of big swings in momentum. Following up a Raigeki or Dark Hole activation with an attack from one of these two was an often
Sword
devastating
Zalug is better than Gun Zalug. That is an opinion that I don't hear a lot, but I need to tell you, you are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. Sword Don Zalug is cooler than Gun Don Zalug. Don't at me, you cannot change my mind.
Punch that was very difficult to recover from, and there were plenty of other cards floating around the meta landscape that could generate similar openings for
Easily.
them. A lot of
not
this
even close.
also applied to
It's not even close.
Yagarasu, and that's to say that Yada was good for many of the same reasons that these cards were, but it was different in a few ways.
Birds were always a problem in Yu-Gi-Oh! Whenever there's birds, it's problematic.
That were, while subtle, still very important. One of the most unique things about this card was that it didn't have a discard effect, but instead forced whoever it dealt damage to skip their next draw phase.
Name a bird that was healthy for the game. I'm waiting.
Now, at a glance, this may seem almost identical to the
Okay, DD Crow is base. Don't hate on... Okay, yeah, okay.
the effect of a card like White Magical Hat, since both have the same activation conditions and both leave the opponent with one less card in their hand. The difference becomes apparent when asking the following question. What happens when these monsters attack somebody who doesn't have any cards in their hand? Due to the nature of their effects, there was actually a universal way to play around most of the hand control monsters already built into the game. Many players, upon seeing a Spirit Reaper or a Don Zalug that they didn't have an answer for, would begin setting as many cards as possible from their hand to the field. These monsters, and even cards like Delinquent Duo for example, couldn't force someone to discard cards they didn't have to begin with, after all. From a certain perspective though, you could say that's
Just don't have any cards, dude. Easy as that. Just don't have any cards.
Exactly what Yagarasu did. This was the only hand control monster that could actually stop the player it attacked from getting a hold of new resources. Now, under normal circumstances, practically speaking, an attack from Yagarasu wasn't any more devastating than an attack from Zalug, Reaper, or Magical Hat. If any of these monsters attacked the player with 4 cards in their hand, then after
No,
their
we're not
next draw
watching the whole
phase, they
video
would
in one
still
sitting.
have
We're
4
stopping
cards in their
after
hand
LOD
as opposed to
and
5. Where things diverge a
Arrow
little
Oni
bit
Guardian.
is what happens when these monsters attack somebody who doesn't have any cards in their hand. In 3 of these 4 cases, the effects won't actually do anything, and the attacked player will have 1 card in hand after their next draw phase. In Yadagarasu's case, however, after the draw phase, the attacked player's hand will still be empty. This player, now completely out of resources, would, under normal circumstances, not be able to do anything to protect themselves from being attacked by Yada on their opponent's following turn, and so their draw phase would be skipped again on their next turn, then...
It's so goddamn disrespectful to just get beaten down by a freaking 200 attack bird.
Again on the turn after that, then again on the turn after that, over and over and over until they finally ran out of life points. Now, as you may expect, these three monsters weren't the only powerful newcomers. Both sets offered players quite a few powerful monsters to experiment with, and many of them helped beat down just as much as some others helped hand control. Legacy of Darkness in particular featured plenty of new tools for beatdown to use, including 2 new level 4 monsters that both had 1900 attack points. Both monsters had unique stipulations attached to them, so they weren't quite as practical to use as Gemini Elf, but they were a lot easier to get a hold of. Accessibility aside, Spear Dragon's effect actually made it fairly popular. It was one of the first meta-relevant monsters with a piercing effect, which basically meant that whenever it attacked a defense position monster, it would still inflict battle damage to the person who controlled it. This was a pretty big deal, since its presence in the game made setting low defense monsters like Magician of Faith fairly risky when a player was low on life points. This added a brand new layer of depth to the game, and changed the way a lot of players approached its later stages. Now, despite how good it was, Spear Dragon did have one fatal flaw, that being its Goblin Attack Force-esque drawback, which left it helpless for an entire turn after it declared an attack. Fortunately, unlike Goblin Attack Force, it didn't have to stay in defense position for 2 turns, but that being said, it did still have 0 defense points, so it was really easy to get rid of. While it was in defense position, it was ironically actually a perfect attack target for other copies of Spear Dragon, so doing anything with this card when low on life points was pretty risky. There was also another monster with a piercing effect in this set, the level 5 Air Knight Parshath. This card was interesting
so cool.
because it had to be tribute summoned, despite the fact that its attack point score was the same as Spear Dragon's. It didn't have all the other drawbacks, but tribute summoning was a pretty big investment, especially without the trap protection offered by a card like Yugioh. That said, Parshath was similar to Yugioh in the sense that it made up for its relatively low attack power with the strength of its effect. Anytime someone used it to deal damage to their opponent, they got to draw a free card. It was like a sort of reverse White Magical Hat or Dawn's Alug, except because Parshath dealt piercing damage and had a much higher attack stat, its effect was significantly easier to trigger. Given the current meta landscape and the growing power of hand control, an effect like this was extremely valuable, and ironically, at a time when cards being discarded from the hand was more common than ever, the fact that Parshath needed to be tribute summoned wasn't as relevant as it otherwise would have been. On that note, there was actually another fairly meta-relevant one tribute monster in Legacy of Darkness, and it couldn't be special summoned from the graveyard like Yugioh and Parshath could. Dark Ruler Hades was a level 6 fiend monster that actually had both of them beaten in terms of attack power, and while it was sometimes a bit less convenient to summon than they were, when it did hit the field, it had the potential to be just as impactful. Any monster with an effect that triggered when that monster was destroyed by battle could be negated by Hades, and at the time, that included the overwhelming majority of meta-relevant effect monsters. Sanguine Witch, Morphing Jar, Cyber Jar, Mystic Tomato, Nimble Momonga, even Maneater Bug, all of these cards essentially got reduced to normal monsters if they were destroyed by Hades. This was one of the most oppressive effects in the entire game, not on the same level as Imperial Order or Yugioh, but still enough to win games almost by itself. The fact that it couldn't be recovered if something happened to it did hurt its viability, and unlike both Parshath and Yugioh, it couldn't be searched by Witch or Sanguine, but it was still popular enough to have a known meta presence. In terms of sheer raw attack power, Hades was one of the most powerful one tribute monsters in the entire game, second only to Summon Skull.
Yeah, it had 50 more attack points than Yugioh, first of all. That's massively important.
But he wasn't the most powerful monster introduced in Legacy of Darkness. There was another newcomer in this set, even more powerful than Blue Eyes White Dragon, but unlike expectations would suggest, it didn't need 2 tributes to be summoned, and actually didn't need to be tribute summoned at all.
Lily! Oh, Lily is a based card.
As powerful as he was, Hades was totally eclipsed by Injection Fairy Lily. This card took the design philosophy of cards like Dark Elf and Goblin Attack Force to a brand new extreme, allowing players to trade 2,000 life points for a temporary 3,000 attack point boost during either player's turn. This made her significantly more powerful than any and all meta-relevant monsters at the time, and she was a lot easier to summon than any monsters that could come close to competing with her thanks to her low level and base stats.
Yeah, it pretty much outclasses almost everything in terms of like attack points. It is a bit high risk because you are paying 2,000 life points to activate the effect. Fairy Lily, I also believe, was limited a bit later on as well, so that just goes to show the power that that card has, because while I would say Exiled Force is better because it has to kill the monster in battle, right? So if, you know, it had some immunity to being destroyed by battle, or just had some other threat, like let's say it was like a flip effect monster or something like that, Injection Fairy Lily is like a little bit weaker in that regard, but like, let's say you had out a Jinzo. Let's say there's so many different cards that are just like big, and sometimes you just need something bigger to get over it. Injection Fairy Lily was that go-to card for that.
Aside from the obviously steep life point cost needed to attack and defend with her, this card's only real weakness was the fact that she was Earth attribute, which meant that Mystic Tomato couldn't summon her from the deck. She could be summoned by Giant Rat.
LOD is like the first time that Giant Rat became a thing, because it also introduced Exiled Force, right? So it was like Earth Toolbox became a thing with like Lily, Exiled Force. That was a pretty cool deck.
This required the person playing her to actually play Giant Rat in their deck. Many people opted not to, since she was already searchable by both Witch and Sengen, and the monsters that Giant Rat could summon from the deck aside from her usually weren't worth the deck space they took up.
Giant Rat is the coolest of the recruiters.
Included in this pool of monsters was Nimble Momonga, as well as another newcomer from Legacy of Darkness named Exiled Force. This card could tribute itself to destroy any monster on the field, so in essence it was like a walking version of cards like Fissure and Tribute to the Doom. It was pretty similar to Injection Fairy Lily in the sense that it was a fairly low commitment way to remove monsters from the board when other monsters couldn't do the job. Since they were both searchable by Sengen and Witch, getting a hold of them was
Turtle is not
part of
Turtle is not part of the attribute recruiters. It doesn't count.
Easier than getting a hold of magic cards with removal.
Also, even if it did count, no. Even if it did count, no. Pyramid Turtle is not cooler than Giant Rat. What the hell do you mean?
Effects like Raigeki, Dark Hole, and Fissure. Jinzo and Imperial Order could also shut down cards like these and other forms of removal like Torrential Tribute and Mirror Force. So there were a lot of in-game situations that only these two could deal with. Of the two, Exiled Force was particularly reliable because it didn't
at least say UFO Turtle. Like, that card is also hella cool. Wrong opinion? It's not an opinion. I'm just stating facts. What do you mean? I'm not stating an opinion.
To attack to remove monsters from the field. So cards like Mirror Force and even
Magic Cylinder can't be wrong if I'm just stating
really,
facts.
The only way to
that's not how it works. That's not how facts
was
work.
With a card like Solemn Judgment, which, while more popular now than it was when it released, was still far from seeing widespread competitive play. As for other utility monsters introduced in both sets, there were a handful, but they all saw varying levels of success. Twin-headed Behemoth could revive itself at the end of the turn it was destroyed. Sasuke Samurai could destroy any defense position monster regardless of how many defense points that monster had, and without flipping that monster face up if it was set face down. Lesser Fiend would remove monsters from the game entirely when it destroyed them by battle instead of just sending them to the graveyard. And Guardian Sphinx, well, this card was like a one-sided Cyber Jar that only got rid of the other player's monsters, and instead of destroying them, returned them to the hand. Unlike most other flip monsters though, Guardian Sphinx's effect wouldn't activate if it was attacked and flipped face up. Rather, it needed to be flip summoned, which, coupled with the fact that it needed to be tribute summoned, made it a bit less consistent than cards like Cyberjar. It was still very powerful though, especially because the effect could be used more than once, but it wasn't nearly as popular as Cyberjar had been and still was. Speaking of Cyberjar though, there was actually another brand new jar monster introduced in Legacy of Darkness, and it was without a doubt the most annoying one yet.
Oh, nah.
Fiber Jar, if we're talking about poorly designed cards,
that was a big card. You got the reset button.
Definitely one of the biggest nightmares ever. Let's just be thankful that Noblemen of Crossout existed, and Exiled Force by extension.
Like the other jar monsters, Fiber Jar's flip effect was explosive. It could, and often would, completely change the tempo and flow of a game if it resolved. Everything in the game that wasn't removed from play got shuffled into the deck by this thing. Cards in the hand, cards on the field, and cards in either graveyard. At a time when resource management, more specifically controlling the number of cards in both players' hands, was more prominent than ever. An effect like this was particularly
still have the
because
first
it allowed
one.
players who either were losing or had essentially already lost the game to completely equalize the playing field with just one card.
You're basically playing game 2.
Of course, Fiber Jar also shuffled itself back into the deck with this effect, meaning that it could be used again in the same game and then again after that.
When you read it, it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. It like restarts the game, and then you realize that that means the game could essentially go on like to infinity, and it kind of just creates all these like weird situations, and I'm just happy that card's on the ban list.
The prominence of hand control cards, even outside of dedicated hand control decks, ensured that this card became a staple almost immediately after its release. It was easy to use, and it was an extremely effective comeback tool, arguably more so than both Morphing Jar and Cyber Jar. Plus, it was also searchable by both Witch and Sengen, who, as mentioned earlier, could be summoned from the deck by Mystic Tomato, so in the event that things did did start to go south, getting a hold of this thing usually wasn't particularly difficult. There was also a surprising lack of reliable ways to counter it at the time. Exiled Force and Sasuke Samurai were the only searchable ways to destroy Fiber Jar without allowing its effect to resolve. And this likely contributed to the fact that, along with Fiber Jar and Yatagarasu, Exiled Force was one of the most popular cards introduced in either Legacy of Darkness or Pharaonic Guardian. As a matter of fact, the overwhelming majority of staples added in both sets were monsters, but there were a handful of new magic and trap cards that managed to shake things up a little bit.
Oh, Book of Moon. Oh, Ring of Destruction.
Out of nearly 100 new magic and trap cards from Legacy of Darkness and Pharaonic Guardian, these three saw the most immediate tournament success by a wide margin. Book of Moon was the least popular card here, but it was still played by a large portion of the player base due to its immense flexibility. It lacked the obvious power and explosiveness of cards like Raigeki and Pot of Greed, but as a quick play magic card that could be used on monsters from either side of the field, there was a stunning amount of different ways that this card could be used. Ring of Destruction was the standout card here. It was the staple of both sets. Anyone who had the card played it.
You either had this card,
another card that is more beautiful.
If you had it, then you would win. If you don't have
the
this
alternative
card,
art,
unfortunately, you're always at the mercy
The Lost
of
Art Ring of Destruction sucks.
It has
this
such
is much
quick
cooler.
timing. You can activate it whenever you want, and if you're about to lose, you can force it.
Our ring is
its
much
purpose
cooler
was pretty simple. It was meant to remove annoying monsters from the field, and it could even end games altogether with the burn damage it inflicted. This burn effect was actually extremely relevant because the card could destroy monsters from either side of the field. If the situation called for it, it could essentially enable any monster to attack twice by destroying them after they dealt damage to another player's life points. This wasn't some sort of niche interaction either. This combo was very practical and very deadly, and was used to end games all the time. Mirage of Nightmare was the weirdest card here, and overall one of the weirdest cards in the game at the time of its release. Mirage let whoever activated it draw
crazy to
up
think
to
how
4
many card
cards,
names
but
from
during
this
their
era
opponent's standby
set the
phase, and
vocabulary of
depending on how many
certain
cards they
terms for
already had in
nowadays
their
standards.
hand.
Yeah, you book a thing. I mean, booking a monster is still to this day a term. What else is there? What else is there as a term from the early days? Rhoda.
There was a catch though,
Rhoda,
and it was that during their own standby
MST,
phase, anyone who drew cards this way had to randomly discard the same number of cards. Unlike
Ring
with
a
Graceful
monster?
Charity,
No one says that. No one says ring a monster.
it was pretty difficult
Compulse
to benefit
is a
from
good
this
thing.
discard effect because the player using it had no influence
Compulse,
over what
yeah,
cards
Pot
were
of
being
Greed.
sent to the graveyard.
Sending those resources to the graveyard, your only payout for them is to revive them through Monster Reborn Premature or Call the Haunted. So the interesting thing to know with that is, once those resources are gone at this point, there's no payoff to getting rid of them.
While getting rid of a Jinzo or a Sinister Serpent was nice, it was generally better to avoid having to discard cards altogether with this effect, because of, again, the lack of control the player had over what they discarded. The card saw tournament success in spite of this for 2 reasons. First of all, the ability to draw 4 cards at the same time was excessively powerful, especially at a time when cards with hand destruction effects were all over the place. Second of all, there was actually a way to bypass this discard effect, and that was by destroying the card before it could resolve properly. Since Mirage was a continuous magic card, it had to stay on the field for anything it wanted to happen to actually happen. So just about everyone who played it also took to running 2 or more often 3 copies of Mystical Space Typhoon which they could use to destroy it, something that wasn't particularly common before this point. Since Typhoon was quick play, it could be used during the draw phase or the standby phase to destroy Mirage before it could force the player to discard anything. Mystical Space Typhoon had plenty of other applications outside of this specific interaction as well, so the people who played this combo usually didn't feel like they were losing anything by playing these additional copies of the card. If Imperial Order was set beforehand,
we're
it could
almost
also
done for
be used
today.
to negate Mirage's discard effect during the standby
React
phase.
Andy. A
So,
little bit
especially
longer
when
of a lunch
considering all
break
the
than I
other cards
intended.
with draw effects in the game, and the fact that Mirage allowed the player to draw up to 4 at once, it was pretty standard to see it together with one of the cards that could stop its discard effect. Both sets made a handful of other notable additions to the game, like Pharaonic Guardian's Gravekeepers and Legacy of Darkness's Warrior-type
Gravekeepers,
support, which was
why?
the foundation for something that would eventually go on to become known as the Warrior-type Toolbox. But for now, decks built to focus on concepts like these took a backseat to beatdown and hand destruction decks, which were at the time, without question, the 2 most powerful and most successful decks in the game. As was standard by this point, each set's release brought with it an update to the limited list, one in July for Legacy of Darkness and one in August for Pharaonic Guardian.
They had a ban list update with every set. Why did they stop doing this? Why do we not have that? Why have we gone back in technology? Can we please have this back?
Together, these updates made a hefty number of changes, and between them, many of the new staples ended up in the limited section.
Bro, they hit all of the cards immediately. They hit all of the cards immediately when they came out. Oh. Oh, come on.
Graceful Charity was also limited in August, which was a pretty big but not necessarily unexpected change since nearly every successful tournament deck had included 2 copies of Charity for as long as they'd been allowed to. The July update also semi-limited 4 new cards from Legacy of Darkness, and the August update took limiter removal and backup soldier off the list.
I guess, yeah, if you look at it from the perspective that they just had the same list as the OCG got the list relatively late
entirely, but these were comparatively minor changes. Most players agreed that the limits specifically were pretty significant, which was especially important because these changes were going to be enforced at an upcoming tournament that was, well, it's
imagine limiting Reckless Greed.
Difficult to properly convey the magnitude of something like this, especially compared to the extent of what the majority of Yu-Gi-Oh players had experienced by now, which was a typical weekend at locals. This upcoming tournament was a bit more high profile than that.
All right. World Championships 2003 is where we continue watching tomorrow. That was a relatively long lunch break, but I enjoyed that. That was cool. Okay. It is a very good video. It is a very, very good video. I did really enjoy that. I'm gonna bookmark it and we're gonna finish it tomorrow. Yeah, solid 30 minutes. Okay. That means we do need to hurry a little bit for the things that I still wanted to do today. One thing I want to do is talk about the list that we tried out earlier and see what kind of changes I would make if I wanted to test it further. Because I am, and once again, I'm going to be 100% honest with you right here. I'm currently considering bringing this deck to the regional this weekend. The Melffy Spright or Spright in general. And when we tested this earlier, we only did a couple of matches, but I'm already noticing a couple of issues. The first issue is one that I already knew beforehand. I don't like Droll and Lockbird, this format. I think Droll and Lockbird sucks. I think we take that out. Everything else I think is fine as to how it performed. However, I think it would not be unreasonable to go down to 2 Fenrirs. I think Fenrirs is one of those cards that I could see being a 2 of reasonably well. I don't think Fenrir has to be a 3 of necessarily. One thing I want to try is Gamma. I want to try Gamma, although I'm not sure if it convinces me yet. But I mean, I hate the fact that I would need to try to play Driver. But like, you could cut a Fenrir and then make it a Gamma deck. Like this. And then the question is, do we want Teleport or not? You know? But then we would have... the problem that Teleport, like... We have to cut a non-engine card for Teleport, and the question is Teleport the best non-engine? I'm not sure. Wouldn't you rather play 1 Druis, 1 Baldrake? Maybe, but I think Druis Worm being removal by itself is pretty valuable. You know? But I don't know. I mean, I think something like that. I don't know if we need Teleport, and I don't know if we need Gamma. I think this is a solid baseline for the deck, 36 cards. I also don't know. Once again, we didn't need Gamma Burst in any of those games earlier. And I can't really think of many scenarios where you would need Gamma Burst. I think if I had to guess, I think the reason why a lot of people test Gamma Burst and then like Gamma Burst is because Gamma Burst makes you not think. You know what I mean? Gamma Burst, I think Gamma Burst can win you games, and it is a good card, but a lot of the games I think that you win with Gamma Burst, I think a lot of the games you win with Gamma Burst are games that you could win either way. Because it means that you get to, you have to have like a bunch of monsters on the field, and you get to your battle phase, you get to they all connect and do damage. I think that's a scenario where very often you can win either way, right? I don't really see a scenario where you really need Gamma Burst. So I feel like whenever you are testing and you win a game with Gamma Burst, you don't have to, the learning from that is not, hey, I won with Gamma Burst, so the card is good. You have to ask yourself, would I maybe have won that game without Gamma Burst too? And I think very often the answer to that question will be yes. So I'm leaning towards cutting the Gamma Burst. For Double Cross, I'm not sure yet if it's necessary. Why Godarla and not Gamma Seal? Okay, that's a very easy thing to answer because Shadow Mosquito inflicts damage equal to the attack of your opponent's monster, and with Godarla, you only need to attack 3 times. Well, 4 times, including the Mosquito counter attack, and then 3 attacks to deal damage, right? And that's 27 times 3 is 81. So that's why I think Godarla is the best kaiju in Spright. I think it's easily the best kaiju in Spright. The Kashira clapback does scare me if I haven't wiped the board. I know what you're saying. I understand, but against Kashtira, if you have this many monsters, I don't think you need Gamma Burst necessarily to OTK. You could also just like Shadow Mosquito, right? It's like it's not that hard to Shadow Mosquito OTK against Kashtira, because like they have a Rise Art, you bait the Rise Art, and then you just have to attack 3 times into a Rise Art. Like Gamma Burst, I don't know. I really don't know if Gamma Burst is necessary. I mean, I wouldn't hate to keep trying it. I just feel like if you take out cards like Gamma Burst and whatnot, if that enables me to fit like more non-engine, I think that might be worth it. But I'm trying to think of non-engine that I could play. I mean, we could play the Psyframes now. We could play the Psyframes now, and that'd be okay. Right? That'd be okay. And I'm also gonna be honest with you. I'm not in love with the Melffys. I don't hate the Melffys either. Basically, how do I say this? I like the idea behind the Melffys, but in the execution, I'm not super happy with them. Let me tell you the idea again, because I very often see the question of why Melffy Spright. You know, what's the advantage of this version? The advantage of the Melffy package is that you do not need to draw them, and you do not need to resolve Gigantic Spright to get to them, right? This means you can let your Gigantic be hand traps. They can hand trap your Gigantic, they can prevent your Gigantic. It doesn't matter, you don't need it to play, because you have another rank 2 that leads you into your entire engine, right? And that is decent. I think it is very valuable that Melffy of the Forest is a good generic rank 2, because there is really no ideal, like, the Melffy of the Forest is like the best possible end board card for Spright, next to Totally Awesome. But for Totally Awesome, of course, you need to draw Swap Frog or you need to resolve Gigantic. The reason why Melffy of the Forest is perfect is because it's an XYZ. It is an XYZ, and that means it synergizes with Spright Sprint. I think the key as to why this engine or the Melffy engine is solid is because it synergizes with Spright Sprint. Because you can leave Spright Sprint on the board as a piece of interaction. I think that's the key behind all of this, right? If there was another rank 2 that you could just play that would work the same way, I think that could also be good, but I don't think there is anything. I don't think there is any rank 2 XYZ that you could consider good next to the Melffy. Right? Like, I mean, you might say, oh, Melffy, what is it called? You might say Gin Buster, right? And Gin Buster is good. The problem with Gin Buster is it has no synergy with Spright Sprint. Because if you detach from Gin Buster with Spright Sprint, you can't use its effect anymore. You can't use its effect anymore because it needs both materials, right? The PK rank 2 is kind of good. This one? What do you mean this one is kind of good? How is this kind of good? It's not very good. It's not a quick effect. Do you ever play Omega to make Fenrir live after Gamma on a Rysard? I don't think so, no. I think the only other rank 2 that could be considered good as an endboard piece is Mannequin Cat. But the problem is Mannequin Cat also requires you to run some bricks, I feel like. I feel like Mannequin Cat doesn't work. I mean, I guess if you play Fenrir, Mannequin Cat can be okay against Kashtira, but not actually that good. Like, I don't think there's any other rank 2. There's no other rank 2 that works here. There's nothing. Unfortunately. If there was any rank 2 that didn't require you to play main deck stuff, I would instantly play that, I think. I think I would instantly do that, but there's nothing. Which is awkward. And then, I don't know about Teleport, but if you play Gamma, I think Teleport isn't the worst idea. I don't think you need to play 3 Teleports. There's nothing that forces you to play 3 Teleports. You could just play 1 or 2. I don't know if I would go over 40 for it. Like, in this case, if this is your list, you could just very well just play 1 Teleport and call it a day. Just like, you know. You're not dependent on seeing Teleport in your hand. It's just sometimes a nice extender. I don't see a reason to go over 40 for Teleport. You know, something like this could be okay. I think the side deck is quite solid. I guess let me explain the Bastiles. Let me explain the Bastiles while I'm at it. I think Bastiles are the best side deck card if you want something for Branded and Mathmech. I think, as plain and simple, I like those a lot. Why are you running the Kashtira Fenrir? Very simple. You don't have to run it, but I think it's a very strong, independent tech card in this format where it helps you break boards, it helps you go first. It's a solid card either way. I think every hand is happy about drawing 1 Fenrir. Like, it's like, yeah, it just forces interaction. It forces hand traps sometimes. It breaks boards very easily. I think it's just a very solid card. You could run the 3rd Fenrir instead of the Teleport. Yeah, the 1 Teleport is kind of arbitrary. But sometimes when your deck looks like this, when you already have 39 cards, there's nothing wrong with just putting a random card in there just because, like, you know, you appreciate the extender sometimes. You're not dependent on it, otherwise it'd be a 3 of, you know. But yeah, would you say that Fenrir is worth playing in a Shark XYZ deck? If it doesn't conflict with your deck, then why not? I mean, doesn't the Shark deck make Crooked cook sometimes? I don't know. What about a second red? I wouldn't hate that either. Maybe a second red is fine. Maybe a second red is fine. Don't you just want to play Gamma Burst then? I mean, I've just walked you through my logic why I don't like Gamma Burst. So no. What is the scissor monster in your list? It's Soul Scissors. What Soul Scissors does is, and I'm not sure if you need to play this card. Actually, you don't need to play this card, but I'll tell you why I'm using it. So what this card does is, if a monster on the field is destroyed by a battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard, while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned from the graveyard, you can target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use each effect of Soul Scissors once per turn. The reason why this card is in this deck is because if you can set up this card in your graveyard during your first turn combo, it provides a very useful disruption. Because as soon as your opponent, you know, starts attacking over your monsters, you can bring this back and pop another monster, or you can like negate something and destroy it by the help of Spright Red or Herald of the Arclight. You can negate a monster effect and then destroy the monster, and then Soul Scissors will come back and destroy another card. The reason why I like the one of Soul Scissors, at least in theory, is that when you have your normal combo, right, you have your Nimble Beaver plus Spright, you actually have no good monster to summon off of Gigantic Spright. The reason why you don't have a good target for Gigantic Spright is because the Melffys don't require you to summon them with Gigantic Spright, right? You search them with the other XYZ. You don't summon them with Gigantic. So what I previously mentioned as like an upside for the Melffys, the fact that you don't need to resolve Gigantic to get them, is a little bit weird in this moment, because when we do resolve the Gigantic Spright, we don't actually have like a broken target like Swap Frog, you know? So playing the one of Soul Scissors in that case, you know, if you do pull off your full combo, just getting the free Soul Scissors onto the field and then linking it off into the graveyard just makes your board that little bit more disruptive. This is what previous versions of the deck, or a lot of my previous versions of Spright, have been running one Hyperia for, right? That was one Hyperia. The idea here is that we play Prosperity, so whenever we draw Prosperity, we cannot draw with Hyperia, so we want to make sure it always works. Also, the theory is that making your board stronger or harder to break is maybe better than getting another card in hand, because that after you've already done your full combo, there's not that many cards you can actually draw into that will help solidify your position, right? If you draw into Fenrir, that's too late. Your board's already full. You draw into Gamma, that's too late. You have monsters, right? The only cards you can draw with an Hyperia after you full comboed are Ash, Book, and Imperm. And I guess Double Cross Smashers. So like there is a couple cards you can draw, but not that many, right? So that's the idea behind Soul Scissors, is to just give value to your Gigantic no matter what. I think is the baseline idea. The Akashic Magician is kind of like the flex spot in the extra deck. I think the Nightmares and Akashic are not mandatory. I just put in Akashic because of the Kaijus, right? I like the idea of going Kaiju and then bouncing it with Akashic. I think that's a solid interaction that comes up sometimes. Also, sometimes people just don't play around Akashic placement and then becomes a free removal. With Gamma in the deck, you might want to consider Lambda. You might want to consider Lambda if you're playing Akashic. And then always, I think IP is always a consideration. But yeah. That's that. I do think I'm like 90% sure that I'm gonna play some version of Spright on Saturday at the regionals. I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen, and I don't know if it's this specific one. I do see some issues with it, but I will come up with something. You'll probably see it before YCS London even. I'll probably make a deck profile on it even before YCS London, unless I try it and it just feels like exactly right. Like if I try the deck and it feels so perfect that I don't even want to change much about it, then I might keep it a secret until YCS London. But like most likely I will be I'll be sharing the thought process on YouTube on like Sunday. I'm going to Cologne Regionals. Yes, Cologne Regionals is what I'm doing. I think it's Saturday, right? I'm pretty sure it's Saturday, not Sunday. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Anyways, we do have one other thing we need to do, and we don't have that much time for it, but I guess I might do a little bit longer if we need longer, because Hey, it is in the stream title. In the stream title, I told you guys I'm gonna do a new YouTube series, and we are starting it off today. The new YouTube series it doesn't have a name yet, and I've told you guys about it already, I think yesterday. I'm planning a series on my Twitch, YouTube, where I take rogue off-meta strategies and spend some time on optimizing a list and seeing what potential it could hold. I do want to make this happen with the first episode hopefully happening like next week, right? The thing that we need to do together today is decide on which archetype I do first. And when I tweeted this, I got like what, 500 or 400 something responses. So I need you guys to vote on the most interesting one. We're gonna go through this. Of course, we cannot include 400 options in the poll. We have to decide for a couple. We have to decide for a couple of them. And then I'm gonna let you guys vote. So I'm gonna scroll through. I'm gonna say which ones I find somewhat interesting, and then you tell me, and then we're gonna have a voting at the end of this, so you guys can take part. Okay, so MBT said, "Hey Josh, play hero, you fucking." I don't know what I am. There's no. It stops after that, but okay. MBT's suggestion was hero, which I wouldn't mind hero, but I don't know. Abyss Actor, Sue Ship, Spellbook, Photon Galaxy. Not the worst ideas. Ghost Trick. Virtual World. Nah. Earth Machines. Adamanticators. Nah. Ice Jade and Springans. I think Springans is a good inclusion. I think Springans is a solid inclusion. I wouldn't mind doing Springans. I'm gonna write down Springans. Hold up. I'm gonna make a poll. New poll. First episode. Springans. Gishki. Having lost Elf, the deck has some issues. Never got to see real competitive play. The community is highly divided on how to play it best, and optimizing has been rough. Gishki seems cool. I'm gonna include Gishki. Hey, I'm down for Gishki. The new Chaos cards would be cool to look at. I think that's cooler after Cyberstorm Axis. Plunder would be really cool, especially because it's now budget. I'm gonna include Plunder. I know Plunder has a bunch of fans. As a Pendulum, nope. Water Pile is really interesting. Is it though? Evil Eye. Is Evil Eye based, chat? Yes or no? No. I see a lot more no's than yes. Have you heard of this really fun deck called Eldritch? No, what is that? Should we include Eldritch, chat? Okay, Springans again. I love tunes, so seeing high-level tune play would be amazing. I'll keep it in the back of my mind for future episode. Seeing some Infernoid action? Sue Ships. Play Phantom Knights, you coward. Certain industrialized theme. I'm pretty sure that's Earth Machines. I want to see what you could do with a Fur Hire Runic deck. Would love to see Crystal Beasts. I feel like Crystal Beast has a lot of fans. I'm gonna include Crystal Beasts in the poll. Chronomaly, tier. Really? Tier? Rika Sun Avalon. I feel like that deck's very streamlined. I don't think there's like a lot of discussion going on how to play Rika Sun Avalon. Insect Link, aka Beat Trooper. Zombie World for a spin. Virtual World. Spiral Adamantipator. Hell nah. Adventure Scareclaw? Maybe? Runic Fur Hire or Runic Sword Soul? Goatee? Ooh. What do we think of Goatee, chat? Is Goatee a Pog first episode? I'm not sure. Goatee to me feels like Goatee's based? Really? Okay, I'm gonna include Goatee then. Okay, that's technically already 5, which is the maximum number of answers for a poll on Twitch, but we might find something cooler. Octodic, Springans, Ice Barrier. Okay, we already have Springans, Vampire Kingdom, Goatee, Earth Machine, Mech Knight, or Tier, Magispectors. Nah. What do you mean Volcanics? Rankids? Definitely would love a look at Synchron. Maybe worth waiting till the Cyberstorm access. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that until Cyberstorm access. I think like after Cyberstorm access, like Synchron is a very good thing to look at. Marin says, bruh, Marin says is super standard. Nah. Springans already included. Team only duels. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Gusto. Ninjas. I feel like Jesse doing ninjas is more than enough for the ninja community. We're not trying to spoil the ninja community that much. Pure Punk we've experimented with before. Okdodig, I'm not very into that. Gate Guardian, UA, and Fortune Ladies. In order of most viable to least. Okay, if Gate Guardians is the most viable out of these 3, then that's probably a skip from me. What does Synchron do after Imperm on Speeder after Cyberstorm Axis? I mean, the same that Synchron has always done after Imperm on Speeder, which is pass the turn. What do you mean? I don't understand the question. There's no way you will ignore Plunder forever. Well, I have not ignored Plunder. Heroes, please. Exo Sister or Pendulum? Nope. Metolche has... I mean, Metolche had its spotlight last format. Make some room for other archetypes. Adamantipator. Denied. Trap Tricks. I mean, that's already been done. Galaxy Photon. Seriously, I can't take the everyone thinks their own list is the best, but every list you see is the most dogshit thing imaginable syndrome this deck has. I think the problem with that is that if you make a Galaxy Photon list, you are the only person in the universe with a Galaxy Photon list. So your list is at the same time the best list out there, but also the most dogshit list imaginable. That's the problem, I think. Buster Blader, Springans. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of Springans thingies. Mutants or else. Or what? Virtual World, Sky Striker, Adamantipator, Rika. Okay, it's getting repetitive. Harpy Shadolls. And what do you mean by these emojis? What do you mean? I'm skipping that. Ninjas, Photon. Okay, there's way more than enough. There's way more than enough suggestions here. I have 5 now for the first episode that you guys can vote on now. I think in the future, I think one nice twist to the series that we could do is have my subscribers decide on the Discord. For now, we're gonna have the first vote on Twitch, but I think in future iterations, I would like to give some, you know, some ability to the subscribers to dictate where it's going. So for today, I'm just gonna start a poll on I'm gonna start a poll on Twitch. It has started. So y'all can vote now on what the first episode should be. And don't worry, we will probably get around to some others. I mean, if the series is successful, if people like it, we'll probably do a bunch of the others as well. Okay, it's a race between Springans, Plunder, and Goatee right now. Gishki and Crystal Beast are getting slapped. The way it's gonna go, I'm still thinking about how I'm gonna structure it. But the way it's gonna go, I'm probably gonna separate. I'm probably gonna spread it out over multiple streams. There will be one stream where I'm gonna learn the deck, and I'm gonna start cooking with it. And then there will be on the next stream, I think I'm gonna play against some of my subscribers and see how we perform. You know what I mean? Like, I think the final test will be something like I'm playing against like 3 of my subscribers who have one meta deck each. Like in this current meta, it could be like playing a game against Kashtira, against Branded, against Labyrinth. And that'll be like the final, you know, the final verdict will be based on how we do in those games, right? I think that would be cool. Pamanetti, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. And then we're gonna see how we're gonna put that into one nicely structured YouTube video. Okay, Springans are winning by some margin. Get your votes in if you haven't yet. We have how many votes total? Like 200? There's more than 200 people in chat. Let me know what you want to see. Vote for what you would like to see me try and find a good list for. All right, Springans win. Springans win. So at some point, we're gonna, I think tomorrow maybe or next week, we're gonna start this. We're gonna get in there with some Springans. Does anyone know if a Twitch Prime sub enables you as a sub on Discord? It absolutely does. All you have to do is use your free Twitch Prime to support the channel, and then all you need to do is connect your Discord to your Twitch account. And then you will automatically get the role on my Discord server for all the subscribers. There we go. That's how you do it. Paralyzed, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. First time Prime as well. Really appreciate that too. God damn, the sub goal is in shambles. Hold up. Let me reset the sub goal. Let's make it easy so that we get potentially another Pepe D moment today. Space Use Planty, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Okay, so for this thing, I'm going to think about how we structure it. And then we're going to have 1 or 2 streams where we're really going to try and make Springans work. It's not a problem if it ends up not working, right? That is very commonly going to be the case, I think, where we try the deck, we try a couple of different routes, and just nothing ends up being strong enough. That's very reasonable, but I do have some hope that we can find like a solid, you know, rogue option for certain formats. I think that's certainly possible. I do think that Yu-Gi-Oh very often, or card games in general, suffer from like certain decks and certain archetypes just don't being investigated enough, you know, simply because everyone perceives a deck to be bad, and then no one plays it, and then there's never going to be that innovation that might lead to it being, you know, played. But like sometimes, I very often I look at certain decks and I'm like, there has to be something here, but I simply don't have the time to look into it. So this series hopefully gives me a reason to discover a couple cool things. We got a new card reveal. What do we have? YG org? Null Vanquish, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Another first-time Primer, making me very happy today. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Where's the new card reveal? What do you mean? This thing? Okay. All right, then, hey. I was about to end stream, but I guess bonus reaction, easy clap. Bonus reaction, easy clap. Mirror formation of the 10 sacred treasures. Ooh, that sounds like a meaningful card. Mirror formation of the 10 sacred treasures. Let me see. Send monsters from your hand or that are face up on your field to the graveyard so that their total levels equal exactly 10. Draw 2 cards. It's actually trained in what? It has a couple things going for it. It is not once per turn, which is always nice for these types of cards because that means drawing multiples is not as much of an issue. I mean, it is basically just trade in for level 10s. It is actually just trade in for level 10s. Even better than trade in the sense that you can send from field. You can send from field and you can, in some situations, send combinations of monsters, right? It's not a terrible card. It's like Sacred Sword of the 7 Stars, but for level 10. I don't hate this card. It's not like broken. But I mean, you look at trade-in and you're like, that card can still theoretically see play today. I mean, we just saw trade-in pick up some steam in like Dark World, right? And like trade-in definitely is a card that has potential. So this card also has potential. Right? If there's like a deck that has some level 10 monsters and maybe best case scenario, some of them have graveyard effects, why not? Why not? I mean, it's not like completely busted. It's a fair card, I think. It's a fair card, but it's an okay. It's decent. Yeah, nice. Cool. Ooh. We have more news. Here's a sneak peek. Here's a sneak peek of the 250th YCS Top Cut game mat. Don't miss out and register for the 250th YCS in Bogota, London, and Los Angeles now. Oh. Ah, that's a beautiful mat. I will say there's two things that bother me about this card. The one thing is the logo in the top right. The logo in the top right is kind of whack. And it also one thing that is also kind of a bummer is that it doesn't look much different. It does not look much different from the other one, you know, like the regular one. This is the top cut playmat. They already revealed the participation playmat, which, yeah, is a little different. The participation one is the one that has all the prize cards on it. But yeah, this one is almost identical to the regular YCS Top Cut one, so, you know. All right. That's going to be it for today, chat. It's going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you'll be back tomorrow. I will be here. I hope you will be here too. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. You guys know the drill. Hey, thank you for the last minute hype train. I appreciate all of you. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I will send you guys somewhere. Where am I sending you? Farfa. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And like I said, hope to see you tomorrow. Make sure to follow the stream if you are not followed yet, as always. And bye-bye. See you all tomorrow. Peace. Thanks for watching.